All right. I'm sorry, I just saw in there that I'm live and ready to start. Okay, welcome. I'm excited to be here. Let me go ahead and start my presentation. Can everyone hear me okay? See me okay? All right, I'm going to assume that's a yes. Okay, so I'm going to start out just with my, share my screen here. Perfect. I'm going to share my slideshow. Fantastic. So my name is Burton Smith. You can follow me at Stuffbreaker on Twitter. You can find me on LinkedIn. I try to be pretty active on both of those sites. So you're welcome to ping me on there or harass me or troll me, whatever you want. I try to be pretty responsive on there. So if you want to reach out, that would be awesome. Just a quick little bit about me personally. I love outside of programming and building design systems, I love jamming on the ukulele and playing musical instruments with my three daughters. Have a lot of fun with that. And yes, I did post a picture of Ryan Gosling playing the ukulele so that you know that it's both manly and sexy to play the ukulele. So keep that in mind. Second thing is I love martial arts. I'm a big practitioner of martial arts, and I love that's been a hobby of mine since I watched Ninja Turtles as a kid. So I love both of those things and love talking about those things as well, in addition to design systems and programming. Just a little shameless plug. I have two open source projects that I maintain and that I work on. One is Clarion, and that is a kind of a design token management system for CSS and Sass. And we'll talk about design tokens today. And then also Kickstand UI. This is a fairly new project of mine. As many of you know, not so many conferences happened in the last year or 2 years. And so I found myself with a little extra time. So I decided to put my money where my mouth was and build a design system from scratch that I kind of ran on my own, and it was really fun, great learning experience. So you're welcome to look at that and use it, or look at the code and copy it, whatever you want to do. It's open, and if you have any questions or ideas, feel free to hit me up about that. I love talking about that. So now getting into design systems and design and what those are and what they do. The first thing I want to do is I want to dispel this myth that design systems are for designers. And I think, unfortunately, that's a bit of a byproduct of the name itself. Design systems, people see them as that they think, oh, it's a design system for designers, and usually I get that feedback, and my heart sinks a little bit because it's quite the opposite. Design systems are for good software, good digital products. That you don't have to be a designer to do design systems. I know I didn't. I started quite from the opposite. I went from a developer kind of into design. I learned more and more about good development practices, and it led me to better design practices. And that's kind of where I ended up with design systems. So let's start and talk about what exactly is a design system then. If it's not it's not just for designers, then what is it? And it comes down to brand. And I'm going to grab this quote from Horst Schulze, the co-founder of the Ritz-Carlton. Don't just be a name. A name is not a brand. If a name makes a promise and lives up to that promise anywhere in the world, then it's a brand. And I put that on there because really that's what it comes down to. Design systems are about a promise. They're about keeping consistency and your brand alive with the customer. And you do that usually through your interfaces, especially now in this day and age with everything going digital and more and more customers using that and the web as a medium. It's really important that we are able to communicate our brand through our digital products. So when we talk about design systems, sometimes there's additional words that get thrown around, and it can get really confusing as to what exactly is a design system. Sometimes I hear, oh, it's a pattern library, oh, it's your style guide. And really it's not just those. Those are usually just products or additional aspects of your design system, but the design system itself is much larger and deeper than that. And we'll talk about each one of these segments here in a little more in detail so that we have an idea of what each of these aspects are and how do we build and maintain them. So first, the design system itself. There's a great book out there called Hack the Design System. It's free. You can download it and read it. It's really a great, quick read even. But this is probably one of the best definitions of a design system that I've found so far. And it says a design system is a living system of guidelines, reusable code and design assets, and tools that help organizations deliver consistent on-brand experiences at scale and over time. So really what that boils down to is how are the design systems help define and outline how are we building user experiences and how are we building user interfaces. And so when you look at the design system holistically, that's really what we're trying to identify and adhere to as much as possible as we start building out our designs. So let's talk about some of the benefits of it. So the first one is the developer experience benefits. And I put this first because I'm a developer at heart. This is where I started. I still am a software engineer. And so I love talking about the developer aspects of it because I see that all the time. So the developer experience benefits is one, it saves time on designing and building modules. Now, this isn't just for developers. This is also for designers, right? When we're building a new feature or aspect of the site, rather than reinvent the wheel every time we start evaluating that feature, it's so much easier to build from existing building blocks and components that we've already established and identified as the way that we handle those user interactions, existing buttons, modals, carousels, whatever it may be. Rather than reinventing the wheel every time we approach a new feature, we can use those existing blocks and build off of them. So we can focus not necessarily on the design, but the user experience and the functionality that we're providing to the user. Next, save time on making site-wide changes, especially if you're using this idea of components or encapsulating your code to make reusable or your designs to make reusable throughout your applications. You can make the change in one place and allow it to propagate throughout the other application. Now, this is great for those of us who are using front-end frameworks or components or whatever it may be, because we can componentize them with our code and encapsulate them and propagate them throughout the application. But this is also true for designers. If you're using a lot of the new design tools like Figma, Sketch, Adobe XD, etc., you can create symbols and create components and encapsulate them and reuse them throughout your designs. And then it allows you to adjust the core or base component and allow it to propagate throughout the rest of your design. So there's a lot of value in encapsulation and componentization of your different design aspects. Faster feature development and product launches. And this goes back kind of the same point one. If we're focusing, we don't have to rebuild and redesign elements on the site every time we create a new feature. We can reuse these blocks and basically just pull them in, wire them up, and let them go, because we want to keep that consistency throughout the site. So if we're maintaining consistency and we're using the same components, there's a lot less work overhead required for building new features and launching new products. Teamwork and collaboration. Now there's a lot of aspects to this that come into play. And we'll talk about design languages or design system languages and why that's important on a business level, but it's also really important as you're handing over design assets. If I know that you're using a button here, a primary button here, we'll call it a primary button, or a secondary button, or whatever it is we're calling it, if a designer tells me, hey, we're using a primary button, I know exactly what that means because my component is a primary button. And if they're saying we're using a margin 3 here or an extra large margin or however system you're using, if your designers are using that system, it's so much easier for your to translate those design assets over to your developers and reduce that friction that comes with miscommunication. And we'll talk a little bit more about shared languages and why that's important in a little bit. Reduce learning curve for new employees. This is a game changer. When you have a new employee come in, especially if you have a well-documented design system, it is so easy for them to get up and running, and the learning curve for them is very short. So you can have them start working on tasks right away because it's easy for them to understand what's happening in there and follow existing patterns and read the documentation in order to figure out how to build a feature or fix a bug or whatever it may be. All right, the next one is, let me go through those again. The user experience benefits. First one is brand unity and scale. And this is something that you'll run into from time to time again. I think we all have. This happened with Nike, actually, not a little while ago. They kind of gotten a lot of flack for it from the design community. Different aspects of their site clearly had been developed and designed by different developers. As you went to their content pages, the look and feel was very different. They use a different font, they use different colors, different shape buttons and styles of buttons, versus when you went into their e-commerce platform, it had a different look and feel. The buttons were round versus square, and the font was different. It was larger, a slightly different background. And then as you went to the payout, the checkout page, even that was different, and it felt inconsistent. And you want to be able to maintain that consistency for your brand or your brands, if you have multiple brands, across their platforms. So again, this comes back to that promise. You want to be able to maintain that level of excellence that you promised with your original design system throughout all of the applications and the different implementations of that. And again, visual and behavior consistency. As a user moves throughout the site, the one thing as developers and designers we're constantly fighting is this idea of cognitive load. And this is mental tax that users have to pay every time they encounter a change or something new or novel within an application. So if we have inconsistencies throughout the user interface, they start causing this mental fatigue, and they start taxing the user more and more. So we want to move away from that. We want to try to make it as clean, as simple as possible. And an example that I love to share is one where we had, where they did a study. They had two sites, both did the same thing. One was visually inconsistent, one was visually consistent. And in both of those applications, they introduced the same bug. It was only a single bug, but they introduced a bug. Those that went through with the visually consistent UI, many of them didn't even report the bug. They didn't even say anything about it. Some of them did. Now, those that went through with the visually inconsistent user interface not only reported the bug, but sometimes even described it as buggy or having multiple bugs, even though there was only a single bug in there. So the idea that having that visual consistency not only improves the overall user experience and quality, but it also improves the perceived quality of the application. So maintaining that consistency is very important for that user experience. All right, and the next. All right, so this next one is blank screen for a second, just because I want to tell you a quick story. So Ben Callahan, who's the owner of Sparkbox, has told this story in a couple of podcasts that I've heard, where they went through and a company was building a design system. They said, hey, we realize we spent a lot of money on this thing called a design system. Why? Well, why are we spending this money on it? What's the return on investment? They went through and did an audit, and they found this, which I think is very important, very telling. For every $1 they spent on the design system, saved them $3 in design and development effort. So if those first 2 points that we talked about before about developer experience improvement and user experience improvement doesn't sell your design system, hopefully this does. Hopefully selling the fact that, if this efficiency gained from having a design system has a significant return on investment. If they can't see the value in that, then it's gonna, you got a lot more selling to do, and it might be very tricky. But I think this is very persuasive. So I love sharing that quote because it is a direct, measurable value of design systems. So the next one, let's talk about how you document. What exactly do you document in the design system aspect of it? Now, remember, we have the design system, we have the pattern library, and we have the style guide. So this is the design system, the wrapper that wraps everything together, the baseline brand, the baseline consistency or promise that you want to provide with your application. So the first thing you want to do is identify principles and goals. We want to what do we want to achieve every time we spin up a user interface or create a user experience, and what are the principles that we strive to achieve every time we do that. So documenting those and outlining those is really, really important. The other thing too is you want to be able to set the standards that you will follow as you build out these different elements. Performance, how performant do you want your user interfaces and your components to be? What accessibility standards do you want to or must you maintain? Perfect example, we build user interfaces outside of for companies outside of the United States. They have different accessibility standards that we have to maintain, that we need to be aware of while we're building the design system. Technical considerations. Are we building this for just the web? Are we building it for web and mobile, or a phone, or watch, or TV? Well, what other technical considerations do we need to be aware of? What browsers do we need to support? Are we still supporting Internet Explorer 11? Because that's going to influence what you can do and how you can implement your design system. Search engine optimization. Are you building these applications for external use, and do you need search engines to be able to find the content that you're putting out there? And that's going to play a big part in how you construct and craft your design system. Next is iconography. Now this one is really important because your icons, obviously you're going to use them throughout your design system and throughout your user interfaces. But regardless of the medium that you're building it for, icons tend to be pretty universal. You're allowed to use, especially with the use of the consistency of implementation for like SVG icons, right? You can build them for your design system and scale them to whatever you need and port them over to whatever platform you want to accomplish. So those are some really good high-level ideals that you want to be able to outline up front. So then as you start building, you don't have to go back and try to retrofit your design system with these things. So keep that in mind as you start documenting these things. Design tools. Now this is where a lot of people are like, well, there we go. You have to be a designer to build design systems. And I'll tell you right now, you do not need these tools in order to build a design system. These are not a requirement for building a design system, but they help. They do. They are an excellent way to begin building and outlining your design system. You can go from low fidelity to high fidelity and identify, core aspects of your design system in there. And they're also a great way of kind of pseudo documenting and communicating your design system and design implementation with other aspects of the company, not just with developers, but with other aspects of the company. So do you need these to build a design system? No, you do not, but they are very helpful. And I recommend, especially if you're a developer, just to have an idea of what they are and what they can do, because they are a very valuable tool. Now, as you go through and identify what software you want to use, you need to understand what your constraints are. So, for example, as we went through, we like Sketch, but Sketch is not cross-platform. It only works on Mac, so that was kind of a deal breaker for us. Adobe XD had some really great features and especially some great prototyping tools. But we found it was limited in some aspects for building reusable components and design tokens. And we found that Figma was a fantastic fit for that and a great tool for building design systems. So really it comes down to what is your business needs, what constraints do you have, what is the right tool for your job. Now, if we had an InVision Ninja on our team, we would probably lean more towards InVision because obviously the skill set is there and we would leverage that. So these are great tools. Each one of them have their own strengths and weaknesses, things that we love and things that we maybe don't like as much about them. But I encourage you to take a look at them and play with them a little bit because there's some really cool things you can do with them. Some technical considerations now this, I just kind of want to highlight this. This is kind of a little bit of what we went through when I was building the design system for our company when I did the proof of concept. We have a lot of different technologies that we use. So there's a technical, fortunately, most of them are web. So it's web technologies. And so we wanted to be aware of how can our design system be applied to these different environments. And so, we wanted to find a way of, if we write them in React, it might clash with Vue. If we write them in Vue, it might clash with AngularJS, and et cetera, et cetera. And so there's a lot of technical constraints that come with trying to identify a design system that works across the board, especially if you already have an existing infrastructure. So for us, the natural path felt like web components. And for those of you who are familiar with that, native web components and being able to encapsulate and build our design system with web components and leveraging a compiler called Stencil to allow us to write our template or write our components in TSX. So if those of you who are familiar with React and JSX, we can write them in TSX, which is TypeScript based because we use TypeScript a lot. And so this was a good tool for us. It fit for our company needs very well, and it allowed for us to have that flexibility to plug and play our design system wherever we wanted it to go. So that's just something to think about as you start building this. How are we going to use it? What technologies and medium do we need to use? The other thing that we wanted to make sure we could do was we wanted to make sure we could build and test our components in isolation. Many people have heard of Storybook, and Storybook is a great tool for we treat it kind of like a workbench, right? It allows us to bring in our components, set up test scenarios, build or extend them however we need to, and save them for later. So one of the challenges that we ran into before is that when we're building a new component, we find a relatively blank page on the site, start throwing our markup and our whatever CSS and JavaScript we wanted to in there, get it to where we feel like we wanted it, and then we would remove it from that page and then implement it wherever we needed to. But then when we needed to go back and tweak something, we started that process all over again. Storybook allowed us to maintain that workbench environment and build and extend our components however we wanted to. But it also had some additional great tools built into it so that we could meet the standards that we had outlined in our original design system, our accessibility needs. And so they have an accessibility plugin that allows us to test the accessibility of our components real time so that we can evaluate and make sure that we're hitting the marks that we have outlined. The next thing I wanted to just highlight really quick is based on the proof of concept. So I did a proof of concept with our company with building components and a design system and how that would improve our e-commerce platform. In our e-commerce platform, we had over 30 third-party dependencies to be able to get the various components and aspects of our site to look and feel the way that we had. This made our site a behemoth, right? It was huge, it was bloated. All of these just added up really fast, and it also generated a significant amount of inconsistency throughout the user experience because we had some that were using Foundation, some were using Kendo, some were using jQuery UI, et cetera, et cetera. We had all of these different kinds of components that all kind of just looked and feel just a little bit different, and it created a lot of cognitive load for our users and a visual inconsistency. So you can see right here, it was very bloaty. We had a lot of bloat to it. Now, stripping that out, consolidating it, unifying it, and creating consistencies in the UI allowed us to remove a lot of that code, which slimmed it down significantly. The design system went down in size because we reused as much as we could and use those blocks. So there's a great advantage for that user experience and that performance that immediately added to the user experience on the technical side. So that's just a quick example of the value that a design system can bring as well. Now, documenting the design system, this is the tricky part, is you want to make sure you outline up front, who's responsible for documenting the design system, who's maintaining it, where is it hosted? Is it publicly available? Is it private? Do you have it in a wiki? Do you have it on GitHub pages? Do you have it on one of your WordPress site? I don't know, whatever it is, you just should identify, where it is, how do you access it, and how available it is. And then also, you should also capture how you should be using the design system and how maybe you should not be using the design system. We'll talk a little more in detail on that. So next, we'll talk about a pattern library. So that's that second block that was in there. And this big, long paragraph just basically comes down to, this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where you take those ideas and definitions that you've outlined previously in the other, in your design system, and you implement them. You start building components. You start building UI elements and styling your elements, and you have design tokens, et cetera, et cetera. So let's start. So where do I start with that? First, you got to start with the user experience. There's 5 fundamental questions of UX that I highly recommend that everyone ask anytime they start building anything. The first one is, who are my users or my audience? Second one, what problems are they trying to solve? How can I help them solve those problems? What do we want them to do, right? So we can help them all they want, but we also need to get something out of that transaction. So what do we want them to do? Do we need their email? Do we want them to buy our product? Do we want them to subscribe? Whatever it is, we want them to do something, right? How do we incentivize them to do that? So taking those 5 fundamental questions and thinking about them as we develop this process, first of all, you're going to be hand over fist ahead of your customers who are your competitors who aren't already doing this. If you can answer these 5 questions honestly, you will be in really good shape in terms of creating a great product for your customers. So if you're starting from scratch, there's a little bit different process between starting from scratch versus starting from existing. If you're starting from scratch, this idea of content first, and I've heard this a lot of times, oh, you should start with the content, build your system, build your site or whatever, then reverse engineer those existing components, and then you'll start building your design system after you already have kind of the initial product. I don't 100% agree with that. I think there is a lot you can do in terms of the design system upfront, especially the component and pattern library, that before you actually even fully create your content. And for some reason, content first can get really confusing. Some people are like, well, do I have to write all the articles that I want to have? Do I have to figure out everything that I want in the site? And then we kind of start modeling after that. Here's my recommendation. So the first thing is answer those 5 questions. Based on those 5 questions, create a rough sketch of the customer journey. Hey, when the customer lands on the home page, this customer, this user that we're identifying right now wants to do this. So we're going to provide these links or these navigation elements to allow them to get to this aspect of the site or interact with the site this way. Start doing a rough sketch of that and understand, what do we want them to do? What are they trying to achieve? How do we help them do that, right? So sketch out what that is. Then from there, you should be able to identify basic patterns. Oh, we're going to need a nav bar to be able to do that. Oh, we're going to need these buttons here. Or we're going to need we're going to need an accordion here in order to display content in a specific way. You're going to start identifying the elements you need in order to make them successful on your application. So once you identify those basic patterns, start from zero and work your way up. And what I mean from that, and this is from Atomic Design from Brad Frost. He says, you know, all user interfaces can be broken down into atoms, which is the smallest building block. So if you're on the web or whatever, they're your links, your buttons, your headers, your input fields, your labels, all of those things that cannot be broken down any smaller than you know, that single element. You start from there and start building and styling those. From there, you start putting them together into molecules, and those molecules are then your low-level components. Maybe they're the input fields or your forms, or you know, your alerts. You know, the different smaller things. And then those can be expanded out into larger elements or organisms called, you know, like layouts, or your header, modals, things like that can contain a lot of complexity into them. And then it gets bigger into templates and pages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is a fantastic way of thinking about how you're going to build your designs. And you start from the ground up and start building from there. One thing that I did, so I bought into this hardcore right off the bat, and I started like geeking out. I'm like, well, it starts with atoms and molecules, and you know, I got really into it, and people just kind of gave me sideways looks and like, okay, whatever. Like that's kind of weird. So we switched the language a little bit to make it a little more consistent with what our team was already using. So instead of atoms, we use elements. Instead of molecules, we used components. Instead of organisms, we use layouts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we kind of adjust the language, but the principle is still there, right? Start from the smallest and then start building on those. So you take your atoms, you start putting them together into molecules. Then those molecules get compiled into organisms. You just build on top of each other. One thing that he came back and said, oh, there's one thing that I missed, and that is this aspect of design tokens. And he calls them quirks, so that it kind of sticks with the analogy. But the design token is the fundamental building block. Everything else is built on those. And those, once you identify those and start building off of them, it's so much easier to, it's not very easy, but it's so much easier to start building consistent UIs. So let's talk about design tokens. And this is just a quick starter kit of how to start, of where to start with design tokens. The first thing you want to do is identify your basic color palette and what colors do you want to leverage in the site. Do you want a primary and secondary? Do you also need a tertiary color? You want, you know, danger, you know, a color for expressing errors, color for expressing warnings, border colors, things like that. You want to be able to identify up front and provide those as customizable throughout for later use if you want to adjust the look and feel of your site or the color palette. Animations. Is it more playful or more strict? What kind of animations do you want? Do you want it to kind of bounce a little bit when it pops into view, or do you want it to just kind of fade in? You know, you're going to have, you want to be able to control the animations and how they behave on the site. Typography, up front, identify, hey, what kind of typography do we want? How many font families do we support on the site? Perfect example, I worked on an application where they had 8 font families on the website. Not only did it slow down the site significantly, but it also made for a very inconsistent user interface. One of the fonts was actually the Mortal Kombat themed font. And so we had a lot of fun. We put a little Easter egg in one of our applications because of that, because it was fun. But the story is, the moral of the story is you want to restrict that a little bit and say, hey, let's stick with 2, right? We have an accent font and a base font. Accent font is kind of the brand related font. Base font is there for optimal user experience with reading, especially at small fonts, things like that. So you want to be able to identify those and only open it up so that they can take advantage of those based on the restrictions and constraints that you've identified in the design system. Fonts, font sizes, media queries, you know, what size screens are you basing this off of? You know, how will it break at different where are the breakpoints as the screen size change? How do you want the content to expand and collapse? Spacing. Just a quick note, I'm not going to go through all these, but spacing. When you identify spacing up front, I was shocked at how much more efficient our user interfaces were once we followed a consistent spacing scale. There's some people, there's an 8-point grid as a spacing system. There's all different kinds, but once you follow a consistent one, it's amazing how much everything seems to just line up and fall into place. I don't know if you've ever been in the experience where you're like fighting this like 3-pixel difference or 2-pixel difference between something, and it's just so frustrating. Having spacing identified upfront is a huge benefit. So the first thing you want to do is actually, this is actually kind of a repeat of the other one. I'll start with a rough sketch. Yep, let's skip this part. I'm sorry, that's a duplicate slide. Now, as you start building these patterns, the one thing that I cannot stress enough is you need to make meaningful abstractions. And what that means is they've got to follow 3 principles. And if they don't follow each of these 3 principles, they're not going to get used. And the adoption is going to be very low. If they're not flexible and reliable and easy to use, then users are not going to take advantage. Developers and designers are not going to take advantage of them like they should be, because it's not meeting their needs and it's not making their lives easier and better, which design systems should be doing, right? Should make their lives easier. A lot of people talk about design systems and the idea of composability, and they talk about it like Legos. You hear it all the time. Oh, you're making little blocks, like little Lego blocks. You can put them together and build something out of these little blocks. That's the idea you want to maintain as you start building these different aspects, your design tokens, your elements, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to be using them like little building blocks to then be able to reconfigure to make something else. So you want to focus on this idea of composability as you start building your components and your elements out. Now, if you're starting from an existing site, it's going to be a little bit different story. First thing you want to do is identify your existing tokens. And there's a really cool site out there called CSS Stats that actually will go through and do an analysis of your CSS and tell you, oh, here are all the colors that have been identified in your site. Here are all the spaces that have been identified in your site. Here's all the typography. And so you can go through and do a quick audit to say, oh, here's all this stuff that's in there. It's sometimes you're like, whoa, I didn't even know that was, why are we using that font? Well, it doesn't even need to be in there. We went through and found that we were using 8 different icon libraries in one of our sites because of this. And we were importing and not even using all of them. We were kind of using all of them, but that we were downloading all of them for the user. Once we identified that, we were like, oh, that's crazy. Why are we doing that? Consolidated it into a single icon library and saved on the user experience. So being able to go through and do an audit with a tool like CSS Stats allows you to create that high level set of design tokens that you can then build off of. Then you want to go through and just do the same thing as similar to what we did before. You do a UI audit and you go through and say, okay, elements, let's go through and let's find all of the buttons and links that we've done through here. And then let's go through on a component level. Let's look at all the cards and all the modals and all the menus. And then you can go through and larger and larger and larger and do an audit on this. Now, a fun little exercise that we did one time is you printed out the UI on paper and we went through and cut out. And so you end up like this cute little pile of buttons and you're like, oh, look at all these buttons. Like what happened here? Why is there so much inconsistency with these buttons throughout the site? And you can start identifying those patterns. So in the UI audit, one of the questions that I had one time was, okay, well, we have thousands of pages. Like, it doesn't make sense for us to go through and do a UI audit on thousands of pages. True, I don't recommend that. But what I do recommend is identifying the most frequent the most frequently traveled customer journey, or some may call the happy path, right? It's also the most ideal customer journey that you're trying to identify. Start from there, build off of that. Do the audit on that aspect first. See what elements you're using in there, why you're using elements the way you are, and then start building off of it, and build your icon library. I mean your design system or your pattern library off of that happy path. Then once you identify that core set, you can expand out and start looking at other elements of your site to say, can we reuse what we already have in the design system, or is this something new that we need to include in the design system? And begin growing your design system. Something that I cannot stress enough is that a design system is a constantly growing and developing thing. It doesn't stop with the initial build. You will constantly be changing and growing and developing your design system based on new knowledge, new needs, whatever it is. So remember, it's not a one and done thing. It's going to keep growing. You're going to perform another UI audit. No, just kidding. I don't know why that button's in there. Identify the patterns, and then you're going to consolidate and create consistency of the components that you do find, right? You want to be able to say, here is the way buttons should be displayed on the site, no matter where you are. Here's the way we display links. Here's the way our nav or menus are displayed. And just begin taking the things that you need from each of those variations and creating a consolidated user experience. Now, because we're kind of in a weird format, this is one of my favorite activities to do in live. But as I go through this, I want you to think in your head, what would I call each of these things? And I'll tell you why this is important here in a sec. So first one here, what would I call this thing? Okay, next one. What is this thing called? And last but not least, okay, so last time I did this in a workshop, I got a lot of really cool answers. You know, the first one I got pop-up, modal, dialogue. And the second one I got toast. Someone called it growler one time. I thought that was kind of a cool name for it. You know, alerts. And the bottom one, it's usually pretty consistent. People say tooltip. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because I was in a meeting one time where each of these things were called the same thing. They were all called a pop-up. They were referred separately in separate scenarios as a pop-up. Now that's very confusing, where if someone comes in and says, okay, we need a pop-up that does XYZ, which pop-up are they talking about? Am I using a modal? Am I using a toast? Or am I using a tooltip? So as you start naming these things, try to think of names that accurately describe what they are. I mean, you could name them, oh, this is a bunny hop, this is a unicorn, and this is a rattlesnake. You can name them whatever you want. The challenge is, will they stick, right? What will people actually be calling them? So when you name these things, name them things that people will use. And then when you name them that, use it all the time. Call them that all the time. Correct people when they don't call it the right thing. Even sales reps, even marketers, even customer service reps. And the reason why is because it's important to communicate effectively. And this is a way to communicate effectively. People can learn names. They don't have to be a computer scientist to know that we call this first thing a modal, the second thing a toast, and this third thing a tooltip. They may take a second to catch on, but people learn names. They learn the names of their kids. They learn the names of their dogs. They learn names of everything all the time. They can learn the names of these things. And you should reinforce that and make sure you clarify when there is uncertainty. Makes things so much easier and reduces the frustration. And this is where a lot of that concept of a shared design language comes from, right? We're sharing this design language. We're sharing these core values. Now, some of them may get more granular that you know, maybe you and the design team have, like, oh, this is a margin, this is an extra large margin, or this is a padding 3, or whatever it is. You guys can talk a little more granularly, a little more technically, but as far as elements on the page, if they're contributing to that design and that information, we should be speaking the same language. All right, and the last one, style guide. This is where the brand, and this is, so many people get confused when I talk about brand at the beginning versus brand versus now, the brand now. The brand at the beginning is really about the brand of the design system, and that hopefully reflects the core values of the company, right? The brand of the style guide is really comes down to what more people tend to think of in terms of brand, the color, the aesthetics, the imagery, things like that. This is encapsulated in the style guide. The style guide really is where the design system gets fully implemented. So let's talk about it. Oops. Slides got out of shuffle here. Let me skip ahead here. So style guide is really there's first the brand decisions need to be made before and documented in the style guide. Answer those 5 UX questions again, because the implementation may be different than the original design system implementation. Perfect example is Shopify, right? Shopify Polaris is a design system, but that design system gets rebranded and reskinned so many different ways. And so you need to be able to adjust that design system to match the brand that you're trying to reflect, right? So re-answer those 5 questions that we talked about before, so you know that you're targeting your right user base. Identify the voice and tone that you want to encapsulate on the site, and as well as the aesthetics. How do you want it to feel? How do you want users to, when they jump on there visually, what do they want to start feeling as soon as they see that site? And then what kind of graphics, images, and logos are you going to be using to help reinforce that brand? Now from there, you're going to take that information and re-implement the design token. You're going to override those tokens that have been pre-identified to help communicate the brand. Now, this is important because voice and tone is a perfect example. When you understand the voice and tone, if you want more of a formal voice versus a more playful voice, it's going to start tweaking some of these tokens, right? You want to be able to have a different color palette on a more formal site versus a more playful site. You want different shapes and borders on a formal site, which might be more right-angled, right? Right-angled buttons, right-angled shapes, borders on the site. Whereas if it's more playful, you might want to go for more rounded corners or rounded borders on there. So you're going to re-implement those design tokens based on the brand that you're now trying to reflect. Now, I hear this both from developers and designers. They're like, oh man, I have all of CSS available to me, or I have all of the color palettes in the world available to me, and I can pull out any icons that I want. Why are you restricting me to be able to only update these configurable items? And they get a little panicked about it, right? They're like, oh no, this is you're putting me in a box, right? My creative vibe is being stifled, whatever it is, right? People get upset about it. What I want, my rebuttal to that is this, and this is twofold, a rebuttal twofold. The first one is to those who are complaining and to those who are being complained to. Creativity thrives under intelligent constraints. So you have been hired and contracted or hired to use your creativity to build an amazing user experience. And here are the tools that we have available to you to build that user experience. The other thing, though, is to those being complained to, make sure they are intelligent constraints, that there's a reason why those constraints exist. You want to be able to understand that and communicate that effectively. Why are we only using 2 font families instead of 12? We want to be able to share that and communicate that so that everyone is on board and can reflect that in the brand that we're trying to communicate to our customers. And the other thing too is that you want to make sure that style guides are easy to access. Make them publicly available if you can, and make sure they're well documented. Now, this is a quick screenshot of a demo that on Behance, and I love that they document this so much on that site. Is they go through and they say, okay, here is the color palette for this brand. Here are the fonts that we're using for this brand. Here are the borders, and they do a great job. So when you go through and look on Behance and look at those different mock-ups and amazing designs that people have done, I love that they document the designs, the style guide for that design, because it's very useful to help understand the way things should behave and feel. All right, so this takes us back again. So this is the holistic view of the design system, right? We have these different parts. Now, really, if you're building a design system, it's not exactly this. It probably looks and feels a little more like this, right? You build the design system, you build the pattern library, and then you have all of these different implementations that you want to be able to implement on there. So that, again, goes back to how am I building that pattern library, and how do I create efficient guidelines so that those who are creating additional style guides and implementing the design system can follow them easily. The additional considerations that you should be thinking about on top of this, now that's everything, right? Now that's just the design system itself. Implementation, how does this design system get implemented? How are we distributing this? We're using package managers. Are we using open source? Is this open? Now this is kind of a tricky one. I've seen a lot of questions about this. Maybe I make it publicly available, but I don't want people contributing to it. I don't want pull requests for it. I don't want feedback. I just want to make it available in case they want to use it. Or if we have consumers of it, they have it available so they can view it. So there's kind of a spectrum here, right? You want, whether it's open source, closed source, or something in between, you got to identify that so you can help. So it helps you manage potentially the influx of whatever feedback you're getting. How do we incorporate it into our products? How can and should we extend the design system, and documenting that and giving examples of that? And then who can and should contribute? So I left it open for questions. Here's the link to the JavaScript and Friends Slack. If you want to jump on there. And then the channel for this where you can post questions is Track for Questions. And I will leave that open. Let me pull that up so that I can answer any questions that people may have. Or if you have any comments or feedback, or if you just want to say, hey, I didn't get what I wanted to out of this, I was expecting something else, let me know, because I will definitely adjust my presentation to give more feedback or be more tailored to what people are actually looking for when they come to talk like this. Chat, cool. Oh, awesome. Brian, good luck with that. So Brian says, great presentation, really enjoyed it, and gave me some great notes for an upcoming presentation. I'm giving to a client on design systems soon. So wonderful. And if you have any questions or need support, Brian, let me know. I'm happy to provide you with it. The challenge that I always have with these kind of presentations is that I have so much that I want to share. And I think this presentation was 43 slides. And really, I wanted to do like 100, and I had to really rein it in and try to bring it back in. So, yeah, it's design systems are really cool, and there's a lot of information out there for them. All right. So, Brian, you said you had a quote that for every $1, they got $3 back. One of the hardest sells has been that the cost is up front. Any suggestions on challenging that thought? No, that's absolutely correct, right? And that is the challenge, right? You're going to have the idea is that you'll get the cost up front, but then it drops right back down, and hopefully dips down and plateaus after that, because you're reaching efficiency with your design system, and that is 100% correct. And that has been the hardest sell for me as well whenever I talk to other companies or other people that are trying to do the same thing. That upfront cost is upfront. the best, one of the best things that I have seen is when I can do a quick proof of concept. And the proof of concept that I gave a little bit earlier, where I showed the difference from before and after the legacy system versus the new design system, and that you don't have to do that for the whole application, but if you can go through and just show, do a demonstration of, hey, here's how fast I can build. Once I get started, I can, once I have tools available to me, I can build this fast. Look how fast I implemented our login screen. Look how fast I did XYZ. And you don't even have to do that with a custom design system. You can grab an existing design system and start communicating with that. Now, there's always that question of build versus buy. Do we just use that existing design system then? You can, but it's somebody else's design system. They built it for probably a different reason than what you're building your design system for. So, but if you can give them that initial proof of concept and show them how the benefits of it, that's usually a pretty good selling point, because maybe the cost is up front, but the benefits come pretty quickly as well. So you can highlight that. Oh, thank you. From YouTube, I still do not know how much dev can involve. Is there a good design system demo or template that we can mock? So are you asking if how much a dev is involved early in the experience, or like, so are you saying you have to wait for the designer to do the designs and mock-ups, and then they hand it off to you, and then you start building the components? If that's it, hopefully that's not the case, right? Developers and designers should be working together pretty early on, and they should be aware of what tools are required, and what constraints are there. So for example, if designers are trying to implement some very fancy advanced animations and behaviors through the application, but you're still supporting legacy browsers, it doesn't make sense to do that. Hopefully the developer is aware of those constraints and can help give feedback early on to the designers and help them grow. In addition to that, developers are going to have a better idea of how the design system needs to be implemented to make it flexible. So they need to be aware of what properties need to be able to be changed on a component to create variations, and how those variations get used. They need to also be aware of especially technical considerations, like how does accessibility get implemented? And so what considerations do we need to make in terms of making accessibility available, and making our components and design system accessible? I hope that answered your question. Oh, it looks like you're typing. Okay. Were there any other questions or ideas or thoughts? Or you're very welcome. Hopefully I answered your question, Juana. If you have additional questions, feel free to contact me directly on Twitter or on LinkedIn. I'm available on either of those and can help field more questions. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you for coming. I appreciate your time. I'm really grateful for the JavaScript and Friends team for putting this together. I know it's not ideal circumstances, but they did a great job. I think based on the circumstances. And I'm grateful for them for doing it. So hopefully we'll be in touch, and enjoy building your design systems. Talk to you later.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining. If you're currently listening, I'm confirming a couple things really quick with some of the conference organizers, and then we'll go ahead and kick everything off. So I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. So this is, as you can see on the screen, you should be able to see the screen. If you can't hear me, feel free to send me a message on Slack or something. My name is Cale, C-A-L-E. Riggs, R-I-G-G-S is my last name. But yeah, so you should be able to see my PowerPoint presentation. You should be able to hear me okay. If you can't, let me know. Feel free to interrupt me. But otherwise, looking forward to chatting about React Native. I know there's some folks online in a couple of different places. So it looks like we do have, if you have questions or you want to kind of start a conversation, in the Slack group, there is a Slack channel called Track4-Questions. So if you want to ask questions or participate there and you're not currently on the Zoom call, then go ahead and pop into that Slack channel. And I'll be paying attention to that. as we are going along here. So yeah, so today we're going to talk about introduction to React Native. I'll introduce myself a little bit before we get started. So my name is Cale Riggs. I work with Doherty Business Solutions. We are based out of St. Louis, but we just recently opened a Columbus office, and we'll talk about a little bit more about that in a minute. But I'm a senior consultant in our software architecture and engineering line of service. Most of my experience has come from full stack web development and some full stack React Native and mobile development. So I had a little bit of experience before I got into full stack web as in some native iOS and things like that. But for the most part, I've been in full stack JavaScript and spent about 2.5 years doing React Native, and I really love it. I also get to serve the client that I work for. So at Doherty, I have we have engaged at Bayer in their crop science division, building mobile applications to allow them to do data collection and things like that. So I get to serve there as well. I get to serve the other Doherty consultants who are engaged at Bayer as a product community lead, where I help with career coaching, make sure that they're happy where they are, job satisfaction, just general cultural development, things like that. It's a really fun place to work. It's a fun place to be. And then, I got a little bit of experience with AWS and Azure as well. But today, we're all the way focused on JavaScript, right? A little bit more about Doherty. So Doherty, we are happy to sponsor JavaScript and Friends this year. Like I said, we just launched a Columbus office, but we're kind of global actually at this point. So we've got offices in Minneapolis, we've got offices in Atlanta and Dallas, like I said, in St. Louis, we've got office in Chicago, an office in New York, not to mention Columbus, and then most recently, actually Warsaw, Poland. So we are a global company. And you can see here, like I said, I am a part of our software architecture and engineering line of service, but we have our hands in a lot of things with our clients, right? So not only are we doing the more software and technology focused side of things, we're also focused on business and delivery leadership, product management, product ownership, any kind of way that we can get in and we feel like we can provide value for our clients. We love to do that. We love to provide experts, and we love to train the people that work there too. So you can come to Doherty with your current skill set, and then you can expand that and really learn a lot. Like when I joined Doherty, one of the first things I knew I wanted to do was learn AWS. So I got an opportunity to do that. And then, I've been able to work on several different projects and get a really wide set of experience. And so it's a fun place to work. It was started 35 years ago by Ron and Jan Doherty, who are husband and wife, and they're still the CEO and vice president of the company. Awesome people. Ron's a great harmonica player. And also, if you're interested in more, or you have more questions about that, like I said, we have a Columbus office now. But if you're not from Columbus, still reach out to us. So Julie Walker is based in Columbus. She's our senior technical recruiter there. She is watching the call right now. You can find her on the JavaScript and Friends Slack group. If you have questions, want to hear more about Doherty, we are hiring. We're always looking for great, talented people. So if you have more questions, if you're interested in hearing more about Doherty, you can reach out to Julie. You can also email me if you'd like to. But yeah, so, and then just one more thing. I like I said, I live in St. Louis. All of us are working from home right now. I was really excited to come to Columbus. I was originally going to come there and be with everybody in person, and I was really looking forward to that. But I understand with the pandemic and the way things are, I'm glad that we have the opportunity to do this safely from home. That being said, I am at home, and a couple of my kids just got home from their first day of school, and they're very excited about it. They had a great time. So if you hear them living their life in the backgrounds, just don't worry about it. They're here. It might make some noise, but they're loving the world they live in right now. So, all right. So let's get into it. Let's get into React Native. What are the goals for today? So, and most importantly, this is an introductory level class, right? Like I think what I'm hoping to do here is to give some of you folks that are coming with some JavaScript experience, but not really much mobile development experience, I want to kind of give you a window, kind of a first look into what are the high-level concepts needed to understand React Native. Where is it going in the future? Learn a little bit about how it works, look into some code, see maybe some of the similarities with what you're currently used to working with in React and JavaScript. And then also, understanding some of the ins and outs and the considerations that you might want to be mindful of when you're deciding whether or not you want to use it for a project that you're working on. We're not going to really deep dive today. We don't have a lot of time for that. There's a lot of really good resources on the internet, which will be included in the slide deck at the end. But yeah, so we're not going to deep dive. We're gonna get an intro level. We're gonna look at some code. We're gonna see some things, learn. If you have any questions, please interrupt me. If you're able to unmute and talk, feel free to do that. Like I said, I'll try to check in on the Slack channel every once in a while as well. So what is React Native? React Native is a mobile development framework where you can create hybrid mobile apps, which really what that means is you've got one code base where you can then deploy to iOS and to Android, but not only iOS and Android, you can do Mac OS, you can do tvOS, you can do web, you can do desktop apps. React Native really can deploy to a lot of places, right? It's really good at being flexible and utilizing the current capabilities of the systems that we have, right? And it's written in JavaScript with React fundamentals, right? So if you're familiar with JavaScript, you've got a huge leg up. And if you're familiar with React, I think by the end of this, you'll feel confident that you could go today, you could kind of spin up a project and you could be a mobile developer really quick. Just a quick code comparison so you can kind of see this is a very simple component, but on the left-hand side, you can see a typical React component, right? You've got a hello world where it's going to render a div, and then you've got an H1 with another div, some text in the middle there. We've exported it. See, we've imported React to bring it in scope. Real simple, basic React component. On the right-hand side, the same component written in React Native. And you can see few differences, but the structure is basically the same, right? We've got different built-in components. So we don't have divs and H1s. We've got views and text components, right, that are built in from the React Native library. We have to do some styling on there as well. Like if you want to do styling, it's very similar to the way you do it in React. But yeah, it looks really similar. Kind of real world application, who's actually using React Native? So React Native was built by Facebook and it is used sort of by Facebook. It's kind of funny. Most of the Facebook app that you would see on your iPhone or your Android device is native code, but they have written some portions of that app in React Native. Things like, I think, Facebook Marketplace. And if you're a business person, if you've got a business account with Facebook or Instagram, the way that you interact with their business organization, all of that portion of the app is written in React Native. And then there's some other really notable apps that use React Native pretty heavily. So we can see Coinbase is on here, Discord. I think all of Discord, aside from the actual chat feature, is written in React Native. I called out Bloomberg only because that's one of the only ones I could find that I could pretty much confirm is all React Native. The Bloomberg app is a React Native app. But you can see Salesforce, Tesla, if you have a Tesla and the app on your phone that you do, I don't have a Tesla, but I think you can do things to your car with your phone. That a lot of that is written in React Native. So it's out there in the world. It can be brought into an existing native project. So if you've got an iOS project written in Swift, you can bring React Native into it. And a little bit of setup behind the scenes. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but it's possible to just bring React Native right into an existing project. So here are some things that are true about React Native. You can develop and deploy to both iOS and Android. We've talked about that a lot. Very fast development. Like if you have experience with React, you can develop very quickly. That reusable component idea, just the simplicity of React, the way that you can way that it's accessible to developers. It makes it so you can develop very, very quickly. And I say that it's accessible to a lot of developers because I think the new Stack Overflow survey might have just come out, but I was looking at the 2020 survey when I was building this this slide, and even the 2020 results, over 2/3 of professional developers use JavaScript on a day-to-day basis, where you compare that just to 6% for Swift, 4% for Objective-C, and there's going to be some overlap there because a lot of applications, especially if they were older or from an older code base, there's a lot of Objective-C in them, even if they're writing new stuff in Swift. And then 8% for Kotlin. Even Java, you can technically write Android in just Java with annotations and some other syntactic sugar. But even then, Java only reports just over 1/3 of developers use Java on a regular basis in their professional world. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, you've really got a good end to getting started with React Native. React is the second most popular web framework. So just the best practices and the structure and the style of React is already familiar to a lot of people. The developer documentation, which we'll actually take a look at later, is really excellent. And there's a lot of open source projects within the React Native community. So the React Native community is an actual organization. There are a lot of people that kind of manage it. It's considered by adoption for the most part, and then also by some influence from some of the original React Native developers. But it's kind of the community tool set for a lot of things. There's a React Native core library, but anything that is kind of extraneous to that, we'll see some of that too, like navigation libraries, for instance, some design libraries, some of those things, those are all managed within and kind of approved by the React Native community. So there's a lot of open source. React Native is technically also open source. You can contribute to it. It's not super easy to contribute to it, but you can. And then, any NPM package that you're accustomed to using in JavaScript, especially things that are like JavaScript helpers, like Lodash, for instance, or Moment, those things are immediately compatible with React Native. So a lot of the stuff you're familiar with using, a lot of the tools that you're used to, as long as you're not rendering literal HTML, you can bring it into React Native and you can use it. And then again, so these are all some things that are related and are rooted in my personal experience, right? So we've been doing this for a couple of years. There's a lot of opinions about React Native, about what's good and what's challenging about it. But a lot of these things are rooted in my personal experience. And so if you have questions about it, again, definitely post in the channel. That being said, here are some things that are also true about React Native. It is technically, just by design, less performant than purely native code. It's true, but phones are getting faster and faster, and React Native is getting more and more efficient as time goes on. So in my experience, there are some times where we see this, like startup time can be a bit slower if you're not careful with how you're doing memory management with the on-device databases and things like that. You can get a little bit slow if you're not careful with how you do that. But 95% of the time, React Native is just as fast, works just as quickly as stuff that's written in purely native code, right? One other thing to consider, at least for the time being, there's no shared memory between the JavaScript portion of React and the native, or the JavaScript portion of an app and the native portion of an app. And so what that means is that if you're gonna render an image, until that image is fully rendered on the native side, which that will make more sense in a minute, that image exists on the device twice. So React will bring up that image, it'll load it up onto the image where the user can see it, and then it'll get rid of it in memory. But for a time, there's a lot of things that are duplicated so that they can be rendered. The other thing to think about is that the whole React Native core is always loaded, right? The library that we saw with that text component and the view component, there's a whole set of core components that are always there, always ready to be rendered, because that's just kind of how it's designed right now. It's still technically in beta. So, that I think doesn't have a whole lot of bearing on whether or not you should use it, but it is technically still in beta. They make breaking changes pretty often, but they do a really good job of helping you. They've got a tool that's great that when you're updating, they help you update it and tell you exactly what to change. There's a git diff that they will tell you exactly what to change based on the version you're currently on, the version you want to go to. So they try to make it really easy. Sometimes there's issues, but that beta makes it so that there's a lot of stuff that you might have to change between upgrades, right? But the other thing to think about, there's a high amount of local configuration. One of the reasons we're not going to do a whole lot of live coding on like a follow along is because it takes an hour, 2 hours to set up a React Native development environment on your machine, because you've got to consider the Android environment, you've got to consider the iOS environment. There's just a lot of setup, a lot of configuration that has to happen. There's a lot of package and dependency management with React Native. So not only do you have JavaScript with the node modules, you've got CocoaPods for the iOS side, you've got Maven and Gradle that help you manage all your Java dependencies. And then whenever you want to make changes or maybe you want to add some packages from the React Native community, require you to go into there and pull some code from their repos and put it into the, your app Android manifest files, for instance, on Android, and your info.plist, which is pretty simple. But if you're not used to doing that, it can be a little bit confusing at first to really get in and figure out how are you supposed to set up these things when you have to make changes to the native environment setup as well. And not all code is shared. So there are some things, although the claim, and most of the time you can write one set of code and deploy it to both places, there are places inside of JavaScript where you have to consider Android and iOS independently sometimes. For instance, the way that the keyboard interacts with the UI is different for iOS and Android. So you have to handle that a little bit separately. Your keyboard's not going to push things out of the way on Android or just cover stuff up. iOS does a little bit better at pushing those things out of the way, but sometimes it pushes it up too high, and you just got to think about those things a little bit separately. The documentation does a good job at calling that stuff out most of the time. So most of the time, if you're trying to implement something, you go to the React Native documentation. It'll tell you if you have to do something different for iOS and Android. Like we talked about, the updating React Native versions can be difficult. And then just in general, there's just a lot of setup and configuration, a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes along with mobile development. And those things are all still true. So if you were just writing an app in Swift in just pure iOS, you still have a lot of local configuration that you have to handle before you can build things locally. So there's a bit of a learning curve just in terms of setup, but really once you've set up that local environment and once you've gotten to a place where you've downloaded everything, you're good to go. It's a really great tool to build things quickly once you get everything set up. I'm going to take a peek at the Slack channel to make sure that there are no questions. Doesn't look like there are. Great. Cool. Well, we'll keep trucking along. So deciding if React Native is right for you. So here are some questions, some things you can think about if you're trying to decide, is React Native the right solution to your project? Because I'm not a person that, I don't believe that there is one right and one wrong answer. I don't think you should always go native. I don't think you should always choose React Native. There are other libraries out there like Flutter and Xamarin and things like that. They behave very differently from React Native, but React Native is not always the best solution, but it can be a great solution. So here are the things that I try to think about whenever I'm working with a client and they're trying to decide whether or not they want to do 2 native teams or one hybrid team. These are the things we talk about. Do you need iOS and Android, right? If your company only provisions iOS devices to their employees, you may not need Android. React Native can still be great. Especially when you start thinking about what's the business problem you're trying to solve, right? Like how smart does the app need to be? The more native interaction, the more things that you're trying to do on the native side, specifically with things like if you have to bring in external SDKs into your app for, like, for instance, Azure authentication, right? Like there's not a React Native module for that. So that's something you have to bring into the native side. Yes. So how much on-device functionality? Yeah, that kind of covers that as well. How quickly do you need to get to MVP? I say that mostly to get to what is the skill set of the developers that are with you, that you're working with. If all of you guys are we're at a JavaScript conference, so I'm assuming a lot of you guys mostly are working inside of React Native. And a lot of the folks that you work with, working with JavaScript, and a lot of the folks that you work with are also JavaScript developers, full stack, probably web focused, or Node API focused, right? That skill set can, with maybe one or two people that have some mobile expertise, you can spin up a team and get a project going, right? But if you have to go out and hire a full-on iOS team, you have to go find 4 or 5 iOS developers, 4 or 5 Android developers to build an app. That's 10 people with a rare set of skills. We saw the numbers on a previous slide. Native developers are hard to find. And so if you need to get something built quickly and you have a skill set that is more JavaScript and React focused, then React Native might be a really good thing to consider. Maybe even Flutter, because Flutter is also somewhat JavaScript focused. So there are other options besides React Native kind of in the hybrid world, but those are some things to consider. Can you get access to Apple computers? That's a big issue because you cannot test iOS in a development environment on a Windows machine. You have to have an Apple device. You have to have something running Mac OS to be able to build in a development environment for iOS. You can technically deploy. Azure has one tool that will let you archive and deploy iOS. When you finish developing your app, you kind of, as you would with like a Java environment, maybe you archive that and then you would upload it to like the public app store. You'd upload it to like a company managed app store, that archive file. Up until about a year ago, we were doing all of that on our devices. So we were on our computers building these APKs and then uploading them to our app stores. Whereas now finally, we actually have a CI/CD environment where we can get in and do that kind of stuff. But for local development, if you want to be able to run the iOS stuff on a simulator or even on an actual device, you have to have an Apple. And then there are some versioning and update considerations to make. If you want your app to go out at the same time, that's going to slow things down a bit. If you have to make sure that Android and iOS are both getting the same set of features at the same time. And then something that is kind of a difference with mobile development in general, but you have to, a lot of updates are opt-in from the user, right? So you can force your users to update. That is an option. But a lot of the times it requires action from a user to make an update inside of, or to update the code to get a new feature released. Whereas, if you're web, your CI/CD, they're going to your web page and they're seeing, whatever you've recently released as quickly as you want them to see it. So anyways, those are some things to consider if you're deciding, is React Native right? So again, like I said, we're not going to get deep diving here, but high level overview, how does React Native work? So React Native runs in a JavaScript engine that asynchronously sends batch serialized JSON over a C and C++ bridge that then interprets this JSON into commands that render native elements on the UI. That's a mouthful, right? I had to read that like 8 times where I understood what it meant and I wrote it, right? So what does this mean? So the JavaScript that you write is not what the users see. And it's kind of a weird deal, right? So you're writing React Native, and what happens is this C++ bridge then interprets that and sends it as native commands. So what is actually getting rendered on the UI comes from native functions. And they do that by, they nest that JavaScript code inside of a JavaScript engine that's available. And I'm talking more specifically for iOS and Android, but iOS has the JavaScript core, which is something that existed before. It's how Safari is able to load websites and things like that. Android handled things a bit differently. So Facebook had to write the Hermes engine to make React Native work for Android. So, but these are JavaScript engines that live on your device, and then that's where your JavaScript code lives while your app is running. And so what does that look like kind of in terms of a diagram? I found this really helpful diagram online that I think kind of gives a picture of what happens. So you've got your JavaScript engine. There are 3 things that spin up whenever you tap on that icon for your React Native application. There is a JavaScript thread, like we talked about, the iOS core or the JavaScript core or Hermes. And that's where your JavaScript lives. Your JavaScript will execute commands and it'll talk to that bridge, right? And that bridge has a few components that also spin up and kind of live live. There's the shadow tree, which sounds like the shadow DOM, but it does a little bit different. It has a little bit different of a job than the shadow DOM. What the shadow tree is doing is it is taking these CSS-like styling commands and interpreting it into something that is meaningful to iOS's display rendering capabilities and Android's display rendering capabilities, because they don't think about things JavaScript and that CSS style that doesn't think about things in the same way as iOS thinks about things, right? So the shadow tree is really just an interpreter for styling, basically. Then you've got that JSON that interacts with all of that then goes to your native module. So if you run it on Xcode, for instance, so if you open Xcode, which is the iOS development environment, you can run your apps from the command line. You can also run your apps from Xcode and Android Studio. If you hit play on Xcode and you watch what happens, you'll see little functions get called in your logger, things like UI manager dot render, UI manager dot, whatever the things are that if you're going to write Swift code and not use some of the nice UI syntax that they've developed, it's calling native functions with the arguments from the JSON, right? And so it's batched and serialized, like I said. So it's a string that gets passed back and forth, and it can get, it can get a little crazy in there. And they're trying to fix some of this as well. So we'll get maybe to the future of React Native in a bit, but the important thing to remember here is that these are the three things that are spun up, which are some of the reason why it's just by the numbers less performant, but it's very efficient in the way that they have it designed, and it's only getting more efficient. So yeah, I think now it's time to kind of look at some documentation and some code. I'm going to check the Slack channel. I'm not seeing any questions. I'll check the chat over here as well. All right, I think we're good to go. All right, so let's check out some of that documentation and some of that code. So the first thing I really want to go look at is actually the documentation. Oh, so I will also, if you want to download the app that we're going to be working on and kind of poke through the code, you can bring it down and you can see the code. Because what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do live code. I've got branches set up with kind of the app finished in stages, so that we can call up a branch, we can see, the beginning part of it, and then we can follow maybe through some steps as you might develop. But instead, we're just going to kind of check out how does the code progress as we add more functionality to the app. But if you did want to follow along, I'll post this clone link in the Slack channel, and so. Yep, so that's there if you want to bring it down. Yeah, and then we'll go from there. Let me bring up my other browser over here. So bring up my notes again to make sure I'm not missing anything. So yeah, so we won't spend a lot of time in the docs, but these are the documentation. This is the documentation. I mostly just wanted to call out setting up the development environment. If you're going to do this at home and you want to kind of get involved here, there are a couple options here in setting up the development environment. You see here, there's an Expo. So Expo is another tool that is, it's really great. It doesn't run on a device. It doesn't interact with the native code at all, right? So Expo is great if you just want to write raw JavaScript and kind of do some quick prototypes, play around with React Native. Expo is a great option. And they do have tools and ways to archive and to build apps for iOS and Android and Apple TV and whatever else you want to work on. But in most settings and most places where you're going to be building an app, or especially if you're with a client that's going to be building an app, you're going to want to go this React Native CLI path. And it is very important that so right here, make sure that you've got your environment set correctly. and read everything carefully and don't skip a step, because getting this stuff out of sync can be a little bit confusing. Because I think I do it pretty much every time I try to set up a new computer with React Native as my development environment. So that's all I wanted to call out. I just wanted to show this portion right here, because it's also not super obvious. You need to make sure you've got the right thing selected here for iOS, Android. You know, if you're on Windows, you can see, you know, you have to have a Mac for iOS, but you can run Android on a Windows machine just fine. Yeah, so that's setting up the development environment, and let's get into the code. So I'm just gonna drag this off the screen for now. All right, so if you did clone it down, we are on the start here branch. I changed my prettier settings, and so this is just formatting, so we can disregard that. But it's kind of wanted to walk through the kind of the anatomy of the code base of a React Native app. So this is what you get after you run the npx React Native init function that's in the documentation. So in the same way that there's a create React app, there is a npm package that will spin up a React Native project for you and give you a lot of the nice things out of the box, like Babel setup, ESLint to setup, comes with a prettier RC file, a lot of this stuff. The configuration is done for you if you kind of go that way. So you can see here that app.js, this is where we've written some of our code. It looks very much like React code. So you can see that we've pulled our components in. The only difference is you can't just assume, like with React, you would just be writing in divs and h1s and just assume that your browser is going to be able to handle interpreting those things, right? HTML elements are standardized, you're good to go. With this, you have to import the components that you want to use. So you can see here, we've imported a few things. We've got a safe area view, which that's an iOS only component. And what that does, it will render on Android just fine, but it doesn't do anything on Android. On iOS, it makes sure that you're rendering within the bounds of your notch on the top of your phone, and then the slide up from, if you've got a newer phone that doesn't have the button on it, it kind of helps you avoid that thumb spot for sliding up and going back to your home screen. So that's what the safe area view does. Text, pretty self-explanatory, renders a text field. Style sheet.create, this is the way that you would do styling. So this gives us the opportunity to apply styles to our various React Native components. And if we want to look and see what that looks like, it's going to be real ugly because this is real basic code, but here's what it looks like on iOS. And then we can also go over to Android and see what it looks like on Android. So you can see right here that it's pulled up. It's one code base, two apps. We're going to go in here and we want to say, just change this back to weather, and we hit save. And by the time we get to these, it will have updated them. So live updating, as you're developing, you can see the changes you make. You can already see, even just with the basic styling we've applied, it's rendered a little bit different, right? So yeah, things we have to consider. All we'd have to do is really just make some more declarations with styles, but you know, that would be how we would kind of get there. So again, this is the root folder for the React Native project. But if you wanted to open this in Xcode or in Android Studio, there's an iOS folder and an Android folder. So you would open the Android folder in Xcode Studio, or in Android Studio, and you would open the iOS folder in Xcode. And you can see here that we've got, here's our project file. Here's some of our Objective-C files that help us integrate React Native with our native environment in iOS. And really where all of this is connected is right here in the index.js. This right here is the thing that starts sending this app registry.register component. That's the thing that starts sending that code over the bridge, right? So anything that we have coming from app, which we were just looking at, and then this is just some metadata. This app.json brings in some metadata and renders it, starts the conversation between the JavaScript environment and the native environment. So that is kind of the get started branch. Let's see, we've got about 15 minutes left. So let's pull up, let me just think about this. What's the best way to get some of this done? So we'll look at navigation done. So I'm going to check out navigation dash done. Yeah, we'll just leave the changes. Yeah, that's fine. Overwrite. So hopefully this rebuilt. Sometimes we have to make it start over again, but it looks like it's, yeah, we're gonna have to run it again. So here's all we got to do. It's pretty simple. Kind of see some of this in action. So when you spin up your local development environment, there are two primary things that happen. So I'll kill this so that we can kind of see it spin up. So I'm going to run a script called npm run iOS. And what that's going to do for me is if I haven't opened a simulator, it's going to bring up a simulator and it's going to look for the bundler, which is the local development iOS or JavaScript engine, right? So on the device, there's a JavaScript engine. There's not really a JavaScript engine on a simulator, and there's not really a JavaScript engine inside the Android emulator. So they had to kind of create their own. So it spins up the Metro bundler, which is a server that it's your local development environment's JavaScript engine. So it's where you would see your console logs if you wanted a console log, which is a relatively new feature. For a long time in React Native, you could not console log to anything. You could console warn, and it would pop up this really annoying thing on the actual simulator. But recently, about a year or so ago, they introduced console logs to the bundler. So you can now actually log out things on the bundler, and it's really cool. But you see the bundler, this right here, this guy here is the bundler. He's starting up. A couple shortcuts here. You can hit R to reload the app. If there's a developer menu available, you can press D. The developer menu will allow you to inspect things, do that kind of stuff on device, which these are things that you could do in the native environment as well. But the simulator does have some fun tricks and some fun ways to help you out as you're developing. And React Native gives you a good and some easy ways to get in there and figure it out. So while this is spinning up, let's get back. Oh, hey, look, it finished. Okay, so here's where we are for this. Current state of the app. Let's check out the code before we get into the app, right? So you'll notice here, there's a folder added, there's a source folder. Most people will put their JavaScript inside of a source folder, and then that's where they do a lot of their JavaScript development. So app.js is a little bit different now, and it is rendering a navigation stack for us. So this is a good example. The React-navigation/navigate package. So the React navigation package is a React Native community package. Navigation does not come with the React Native core. The things that come with the React Native core are like text components, view components. Navigation comes from an external library that is approved by the React Native community. So you kind of can know that it's got a little bit of support behind it from the developer community. So you can see here that we've rendered a navigation container. It's a little bit different in the React world or the React Native world. In the mobile world, you have to be very careful about the way that you do navigation because native development has the concept of stacking views, right? So this page here that we're looking at is a view. And when I click get started, you can see here in the code, I've got stack.screen named home and then stack.screen named current weather, right? So if I wanted to hit get started, it's going to navigate me to a new screen. But what really happened was it pushed a view on top of the screen that we were just looking at. And so when you're doing navigation, you have to be careful about the way that you kind of stack and then unstack your screens because your memory can get out of hand because you're just stacking views on top of one another if you don't do it kind of in a proper way. And React Native is pretty good at doing some of that out of the box. There's some stuff you kind of have to work around with React Native because it doesn't exactly behave the same way as the native code. But as long as you're aware of it, and Xcode and Android Studio both have tools built in to let you monitor your memory management, and see how many views you have built up. You can literally, as you're adding views, you can see the stack and you can watch it disappear inside of Xcode. And I think you can do the same inside Android Studio. Most of our focus is iOS, and so some of the Android stuff is still a little bit new to me, but Android Studio does have a lot of those same metrics and monitoring capabilities that you get with Xcode. But when I hit back, it takes us back, and it just tore that stack off. So that stack is now gone. So the way that we stack things is important, and that's kind of how this works here. So what we're doing is we're saying we've got a stack.screen, and then we've got a home component. So if we come in here into our components, home just looks kind of like this. We've got text, we've got a view, and we've got what's called a touchable opacity. So if we wanted to do maybe just something fun here, we could do a button, right? Let auto import for me, it did, great. And so the button takes a how does this go? See if that works. That's title, it's not label. Okay. So title, yes, we'll say hello. And then we will self-close that so that we don't get yelled at by the enter, and then now we're good. So we go back over to our simulator, we can see that we rendered a hello button, right? But you can see the button's there, it's easy to put there, but that's what the button looks like. It is a native iOS button. If you did the same thing on Android, let's see if we can pull that up. Dismiss this, maybe did it re-render? Oh no, I haven't rerun this yet. So you can come back over here again. You can say npm run Android, and the React Native environment is going to just take care of recompiling that code. It'll put it on that device, and we'll check it out in a minute when it finishes. But this button component is exactly a native button, right? You can't really do much styling. You can position it, you can stack it, but you can't do a ton of styling to it. So what they have in React Native is a touchable opacity, which this is the thing that you would build or you would use if you want to style a button, right? And there's a touchable opacity and a touchable highlight. And really the primary difference is that when I click get started, you kind of see it does that nice little highlight thing. That's a touchable opacity. A touchable highlight is something where if you wanted to just tap on something and navigate to the next spot without having any kind of animation, that would be a touchable highlight. Let's see if that Android finished building. What's it angry about? Oh, but it's still bundling. It sometimes does take a minute to complete these things. Yeah, so you can see here, so if we want to compare the simulator and the iOS code with the Android code, this is the same code. This is a button with a title that says hello. This button looks very different than this button. This is pretty much a native Android button. You get a little bit more flexibility with an Android button than you with an iOS button, but you can kind of see how this is another thing that is different between the two environments. So yeah, let's, we've only got a few minutes left. So I'm just gonna go ahead and check out the completed app. So if we wanna go to completed app, just switch the branch, we'll overwrite that. And let's do, let's see. We'll see if it built, if it's angry at us. All right, we're good. So here's what we got now. In this completed app, I'll bring up this thing. Let's see if Android's happy. Android's happy too. Okay, we're in good shape. So this is kind of the completed app. I didn't leave it. I left some stuff so that if you were following along and you kind of wanted to clone this and do some of your own playing, there's some things you could add. But when you click on get the weather, we've got a loading screen that's getting weather data. And then this is kind of what it looks like, right? So I've got the very typical React warning here because I did not give each child component a unique key. So again, React, right? You're writing this with React fundamentals. So here's kind of the completed app. This is using the Open Weather API. So we'll go through the use effect in a minute that goes and fetches this data for us. But I don't know, I'm doing it right. I think because I'm using the free tier, I don't get all of the data points actually different than if I were paying for it. So the high and the low temperature are the same as the current temperature for some reason. And it's been that way since I started making this code. So, but I'm definitely calling the right spots on that data model there. But you can see here, like we've kind of got a nice little horizontal scroller that's showing us our time and then our temperature. And then we've got our daily temperature here where you can kind of scroll down and you can see what the daily temperature is, a nice little icon that actually is something that's served up by the Open Weather API. And then if I click get the weather on the Android device, I think I'm taxing my computer a bit here. So it's just kind of running a little bit slow. But yeah, you can see it looks very similar, right? The styling here is the same, save for one thing. So this is another example of your Android font styling is kind of not real flexible. You have to really, you can't weight a font in Android. You have to call the actual like font size, right? Whereas in iOS, it's got a lot of built-in fonts. You can call a font weight on it. So if I want to say this is 100 on the right-hand side, Android has no concept of a font weight of 100. I would just have to actually have a font file with this font and then call the font file. Another example of some things that are a little bit different. But you know, in terms of the code, it's all very similar. So if I come back over to VS Code, you can see we've got a couple more things here, right? So our home still looks pretty much the same. Our app.js is pretty much the same as well. We've added a couple little options to just make the front page look prettier because like we don't need a header on the front page of our app, right? We don't need a thing across the top that says weather when we're on this page. That's part of the navigation stack. So as you can see it here, right? So this is a feature of that navigation package where you can hit back. And you can see that it's a little bit different here, but this looks more Android, this looks more iOS. So we want to go to current weather. So you can see that we're using a scroll view, which is a React Native component. That's the thing that's allowing us to scroll left and right, scroll up and down. And then there are some nested scroll views as well. And if you're familiar with like the Material UI package for UI, for web development stuff, a lot of this is going to be really familiar because you're kind of stacking, you're making grids within grids within grids to get yourself that flexibility to kind of make things automatically propagate down when you want to be justified a certain way. You're going to have the same concept in React Native, right? Like, so I've got a view, this view here contains all of that current weather stuff, right? And so what I've got here is the code for the current temperature, your high-low. You can see here, this image is what loads that little icon. And then this is just a function we wrote called get icon. The image, if you provide it with the URI, it's going to make an API call. React Native knows if you give it a key of URI, it's saying, okay, I need to go load this from somewhere else. And here is the URL where we're going to load that from. So good built-in functionality there. But here's the use effect that's really doing a lot of the work. And so you can see, if you're familiar with hooks, I've got the little array, empty array here to tell it we're going to fetch this data when we load it. Then we're going to just wait until we go back and once we hit the get started button, we navigate to this page, it's going to re-render the page and it's going to fetch that data again. But we're just using the built-in JavaScript fetch library. So this is ES6 is available to you with React Native. I don't remember which version, but I think around 59 or 60, ES6 is now like fully forward compatible. So you can just call fetch directly, which is a kind of a newer JavaScript feature. And then I've got an environment file here. I did not commit. So you'll have to create this on your own. If you want to, you'll have to get your own API key. I didn't want to commit my API key, which is the reason why I didn't do this. But so this env file is get ignored. So it's only on my machine, which is where this, where were we? Current weather. There we go. Which is where this env is coming from. But then we're just doing real typical React style data fetching. So you've got promise.all, it's going to resolve this fetch function. So we're calling two fetch functions. One to get the current weather because it's got some extra info that didn't come with this, but this is called the one call. So you can call one API URL and you can get back hourly data, daily data, historical data, any kind of data you want to do. You can customize that URL call. And that's why we have two separate calls. So then down here, we're doing our sets for our state functions, or our state fields. So, we've got some current weather, some hourly weather, some daily weather, and then we're setting a time zone offset so that when it's showing the time, it's showing it correctly, because it comes with Unix time code and then gives you an offset based on the latitude and longitude, or however you decide to query the API. But then that is really, I think, one of the most important things that I wanted to talk about was that we're in a use effect, and this is all just straight JavaScript, making API calls. You're bringing in predefined components, but once you learn how these components work and everything has a style prop, there's a lot of really good documentation about what's available on each component to help you develop. One thing I did want to point out. So if we come here to our style sheet here, if you did want to, I'm looking at this line right here. So this max height, I wanted to show the way that you would kind of check your current environment. So platform is something that we imported from React Native, right? So we import platform from React Native, and we're checking our OS to see, is it Android? If it's not Android, or if it's Android, then we're going to do 55%. Otherwise, we're doing null, because the way that it's rendering these views is different. If we just did 55% over here on our Android emulator, all of this stuff would be covered up top because this would push way up. But on the iOS side, its UI manager is a little bit better at creating those stacks and not covering up the existing UI elements that are there. So I think we're out of time. I'll throw my presentation up really quick just to finish this up. So that was some of the code, some examples of kind of how you can just quickly apply React concepts to React Native development. Here's like the future of React Native. Like I said, it's getting more and more efficient. And the future, which you can actually see, it currently exists in the React Native code, it's not using it yet. They are developing a way, this fabric package, and then they're calling them turbo modules, that the JavaScript is going to interact directly with the native environment rather than having the C++ bridge and adding one more layer of complexity to really speed things up and kind of get a direct conversation between the JavaScript engine and the native engines. A few more helpful things. When you're doing mobile development, you've got to think about, you can store things remotely, but one thing we have to think about specifically for our client is a lot of our data collectors are in fields, and so they don't have access to the internet unless they're in a building. So there's a lot of on-device storage that has to happen for our app to function, and Realm is one of the most popular ways to do on-device storage for native development, or for for mobile development, even if you're doing native. So they've got a Swift package, but there is a JavaScript package that works great with React Native. So you get on-device storage right there. Firebase is what we use for doing a lot of our analytics. There's also AWS Amplify. I talked about SDKs. Sometimes you have to bring in, native SDKs to the native code. AWS Amplify is a React Native wrapper for AWS. So you can just give it your credentials for your AWS account, and you can do a lot of like your Cognito authentication. You get, access to databases and things like that you're already using inside of your AWS environment. It's awesome. Documentation, that's what that is. So if you're more interested in how React Native works, so here's kind of a nice basic overview. This YouTube channel here, he just does a really nice animation that shows kind of the basics of how the conversation happens between the JavaScript engine and the native code. This is a little bit more of a deep dive from a guy who really kind of gets into the nuts and bolts of how it works. And then Expo, we talked a little bit about Expo, but it is a great tool if you're just wanting to play around with React Native and kind of just figure it out. Expo is a really great way to go because there's a lot less complexity with setting up Expo. But once you get to like, I want to do something real world, Expo becomes a little bit more difficult. So yeah, I think that's it. If you have any questions or comments, please email me. I'd be happy to talk about React Native some more. I'd be happy to answer questions. If you download the project and you're having issues with something, be happy to ask any questions. And then again, if you're interested in hearing more about Doherty or just what are we doing in Columbus, who are we working with, what other opportunities are there? Because you saw some really cool names on there. We work with Southwest, Home Depot, McDonald's. This is a lot of really cool clients, really cool opportunities at Bayer. If you are at not at Bayer, at Doherty. Bayer is one of our cool clients who I am engaged with. But if you have more questions, get in touch with Julie and she'll answer them. And I think I'll go ahead and peek at the Slack channel to see if we had anything. Yeah, it looks like we do not have any questions that I can see. So thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate the opportunity from JavaScript and Friends. And thanks to George and Bhaskar and whoever else. I don't know all the people who are doing a lot of work to set this up, but thank you guys so much for your effort. This is a really cool event, a really cool idea. And I love that Doherty got to participate a little bit. And you invited someone from St. Louis to be one of the presenters here. And I really am thankful for that opportunity. So yeah, I hope you all have a great weekend. Get outside and enjoy some of these last couple of days of summer. And yeah, thanks.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all those attending my talk on JavaScript, the new MySQL shell. I was told that this would be turned live at 2:16. We're now 2 minutes past that. I'd like to say, please go to the chat window and type in any questions that you have. I would rather answer your questions as you get them than have you wait and have something happen at the last minute where we get off on a tangent and you don't get a chance to ask it. By the way, I'm fairly easy to find on the internet. I'm david.stokes@oracle.com for email and @stoker on Twitter. I also run the MySQL group on LinkedIn. So if you need to get a hold of me, I'm fairly easy to track down. So let me begin in just a minute. I was told 20 after. I told other folks 20 after, so I will do that. I've been on the MySQL community team for quite a long time. And for those who are interested in the MySQL data service, I do have a slide or two on that at the end, near the end of this. In the background, now you can't see her because she's not in the chair, is my dog Boo. I have another dog named MacDoo who will be running through here, no doubt. And we'll get started in just 1 minute. Let me show you some eye candy. This is a McLaren in MySQL colors. I wish it was my car. I wish I could have the mobility to get in that car, but that is something we made up for our presentations, and I think it's a pretty spiffy little vehicle. Okay, I see now by my clock that we're just about to hit 20 after. Now, since I work for Oracle, the first slide I have to show is our safe harbor statement. Basically, this is legalese for saying if I talk about something that does not have a price or a stock keeping unit on it, it's a future product. In other words, take what I say with a grain of salt. I do not have perfect knowledge of future products. I am planning to talk today about the community version of MySQL, which is the free to download under the GPL version 2 version of MySQL. Not a lot of difference between the server software and in the enterprise version, which you need to buy a subscription for, or the community version. The core of the product is pretty much the same. With the enterprise version, you get some better tools for tracking, monitoring, backup, security, and stuff like that. But the core of the product is pretty much the same. And I'm not going to talk about that unless I notate that later. So today I'm talking about stuff you can download today from the mysql.com. We have it for all sorts of operating systems, versions of operating systems. We also have source code available for those of you who like to build your own, and we're also out on GitHub. So once again, if I talk about something where we go off on a tangent in a discussion, please take what I say with a grain of salt. Okay, that's me with the glasses at the Stonehenge and Easter Island section of Ingram, Texas, which is a couple hours away from my house. Once again, my name is Dave Stokes. I've been on the MySQL community team for just over a decade. My blog is elephantdolphin.blogspot.com. And I mainly talk about PHP and MySQL, but I'll talk about other stuff if you have stuff you want me to show. The slides are not posted right this second, but they will be posted up on slideshare.net. I post them up usually as soon as I get done, just to make sure if there's any revisions I have to make, because sometimes I do have old information up here that needs to be corrected. Once again, if you need to get a hold of me by email, it's david.stokes@oracle.com. Okay, MySQL SH, or the MySQL shell. This came out with version 8.0 a little bit over 3 years ago. For those of you who are used to our old command line program, this is a huge improvement. It has a lot of really neat built-in features, and you'll see some screenshots of it. Once again, this is free under the new public license version 2. Download it today, give it a test spin. Now, an interesting function of the shell, besides all the utilities built into it, is that it has 3 different modes. One of those modes, of course, has to be structured query language because it is a relational database, and we do use SQL to do a lot of the stuff internally. Also, it has two programmable modes, JavaScript and Python. Mainly talking about JavaScript today. You'll see a little bit of Python and a little bit of SQL later, but mainly talking about JavaScript. And when any of code is executed in one of these languages, it's based on whatever language is the current mode of the shell. And you'll see that in just a second. So if you haven't tried this out, I do recommend you download it. And when you fire up MySQL, this is what you see. Now, this is version 8.0.2.4. The latest out there right now is 8.0.2.6. And once you fire it up, you get, of course, this little splash notification of who has copyrights on the software, which is Oracle Corporation, which has owned MySQL for over a decade, actually close to 12, as I remember the dates right. By the way, I was MySQL AB, then we got bought by Sun, then we got bought by Oracle. I first started for a little while, and then came back to join the community team. One thing to notice here, I hope you can see my mouse, is that lovely JS. That's for JavaScript. Now, if you want to change your mode to Python /py, that gives you Python mode, /SQL puts you in SQL mode. Remember, with SQL mode, you have to finish all the commands with a semicolon. So one of the things I'd like to point out to you is that if you are using a new shell and you've logged in, you can do a \s, and it gives you a whole bunch of very pertinent information that might seem trivial now, but it will make sense to you a lot later. The first thing to notice is it tells you the schema that you're logged into on the prompt line. As in this case, you can see it's demo, and down here it tells you the default and current schemas also there. Also tells you the user that you're logged into. Now, in this case, the host name is localhost. Using on a local machine. If you had a fully qualified host name, that would show up there. By the way, this prompt is configurable. And by default, MySQL listens on port 3306, unless you're running the one of the later versions, which also has the X protocol enabled. And then you're going to talk on port 33060. By the way, your communications are all in UTF-8 MB4. We've done a lot of work to optimize around that. Why? Well, it used to be when I first started with MySQL 25 years ago, you can get by with the Latin 1 character set. You can't do that anymore. There's so many people that need umlauts, cedilles, any of the Chinese, Korean, Japanese language types. You need this extended character set. Also, if you need to support those funny little ideograms, of course, the name is popping away from me right now, the various emojis. You need UTF-MB4. UTF-MB4 is 4 bytes of data. Latin 1's 1 byte. And you think that, gee, there's no way 4 bytes can be as performant as 1 byte. Actually, we've done a lot to make it that way. By the way, you'll notice down here that compression is enabled on the default stream. And also notice that SSL is enabled and that we are using AES 256 cipher. We by default turn that on. We want your communications by default to be secure. We create all the security licenses or forms that you need and generate them internally. If you have your own, it's very easy to roll your own and get that working there. But by default, we turn it on for you. Now, this is a map of our two protocols, our good old classic port on 3306. You were used to this for the past 20 some odd years. Your application using a connector to speak SQL over our classic protocol or standard protocol to the database, and you're mainly speaking SQL. On the right-hand side, you have the new protocol, the XDev API protocol, which listens on port 33060. And from that, you can do all sorts of CRUD and SQL APIs via the new protocol. And you deal with both JSON document collection, so we are a NoSQL database, and the standard relational tables. One thing I like to mention here is that this is not an ORM. It is a new protocol built on top of Google Protobufs. It has some stuff there to help you fight SQL overloading. I can't remember the name there. It's Friday afternoon. My brain's kind of already left for the weekend. But this is a nice overview of what we're trying to do with the new protocol and the new software. So you can use functions available in JavaScript or Python and create multiple sessions of your objects. So you can be running some sort of frequency analysis on one session and general accounting analysis on another, and as many as you want from the new shell. And you can treat it as a single instance, or you can run multiples. I'll show you how to do both. Now, here once again, fired up MySQL sh, we're going to connect to the machine /C and then the account name. You notice here that it doesn't prompt for the password. It will the first time. And if you want to store it, you can, and it hashes that and stores it on your local machine. So if you can do that, that saves you having to retype your password all the time. And once again, once we're logged in, this knows that we're talking on the new protocol and gives us the name of the host, the port we're listening to, and the secure socket layer is turned on, and we are in JavaScript mode. Well, that's just creating one session. What if you want to have multiple sessions? Well, it's very easy to do. Fire up the shell and say, okay, I'm going to create session 1. And what I'm going to do is call the MySQL library, and I'm going to get a classic session, which is port 3306. And I'm going to log in as root on localhost to that port with the password of hi Dave. Session 1. If I want to do session 2, I can do that. Send different commands to the various sessions. It's up to you to keep track that you're making sure that you're sending the right comment or the right command to the right session. That's on you. We can only help you so far. Okay, our next slide. If you don't want to use the default encryption, if you have your old SSL certs, here is how you'd set that up. You'd create a session specifying the host, root, and password, and then the path to the various files and keys. But again, just for those joining late, if you have any questions, please add them in there. If you want compression, by default, the later versions of the shell, we turn them on. If you want to make sure that it's out there, you can do an uppercase C for compression required. List your algorithms that you'll accept and give the compression level. Now, if you're doing just simple little queries, very basic queries going back and forth with very simple answers, there's not a whole lot of raw material to compress, so you may not be getting exactly what you want. However, if you are sending a lot back and forth, you'll find the compression kicks in. As I mentioned earlier, it will store your password for you. Here I am, I'm connecting to the account user on localhost I'm running off MySQL on a different port because I'm running multiple servers on one machine. And it will ask me, do I want to save the password for this account on that port? And the options are, of course, yes, no, and never. And the default is no. Now, if you have some code that's in JavaScript already and you want the shell to run it raw, and you have all the initialization parameters like the username, password, host, and the query all ready to go, it's very easy on your Born shell or whatever shell you're running to specify MySQL sh. Use the less than sign to pipe in your JavaScript code, and it runs. If you need something if you have a program you need to automate that runs through the MySQL shell, this is a great way to do it. There's a thing today earlier, I think it was on Stack Overflow. Someone's looking at how to automate something with the MySQL shell. And this is one example of how to do it. Now the functions can be as simple as you want. On my machine, under user share MySQL sh, under the modules directory, under JavaScript, I also have one for Python, which is py. I have a simple little text file called dave.js. And has these two functions there. One is called hello, that will print line hello there. Have a second one that's called MySQL, that will print line MySQL 8 is great. Very simple. This is for example only. and they'll run whenever I type those. Now, if you want to run and talk to MySQL as a JSON document store, no SQL mode, it's very simple. You create your session, and from your session, you authenticate in with your username and password to the machine. You tell the session that you want to talk to a certain schema or database. Unfortunately, in the MySQL world, we conflate schema and database and use the words interchangeably. And sometimes they're not there, but that's kind of the general practicality of MySQL, so we do that. So our session is going to use the schema world_x. And from there's a document collection, all JSON, called country info. And what we're going to do is we're going to go out and find records and tell it to execute. Now, notice this is going out there and not using structured query language to do a query against the database. Now, we grab one record, and while we have a record, we're going to go out and print there and go out and grab the next one until we're out of records. As you can see, it's fairly simple to authenticate in and get JSON documents. And over here on the right-hand side is the output from that query. Now, this is a new version of the old world database that MySQL has used for 20 some odd years for all our documentation, examples, blogs. It's just kind of a generally handled database. And I'm just using this because it's a fairly handy set of data to use. Now, for those of you who are more traditionalist, or you have some SQL that you've already optimized that you want to use, all you have to do is say session.runSQL and pass that string of structured query language, and out comes all the information. So you could either write it in JavaScript, or you can run it in SQL. It's up to you. We're trying to give you as much flexibility as possible. It's your code, your database. We want you to do with it what you want. Now, here's an interesting example. The output format. In the previous example, you saw that we have our traditional table output. Sorry, my mouth is not keeping up with my brain. Well, if we want to change the format to JSON, we can tell the shell, hey, I want you to set the results format to JSON. And then when we rerun our structured query language, it gives us the data out in JSON. So if the data isn't in JSON, and you need it in JSON, this is the way to do that. Very handy. Now, this is an example of how to use MySQL as a NoSQL JSON document database without using structured query language. We've authenticated onto the machine, and we've connected to a schema or database. And from there, we're going to say, okay, we're going to create a document collection, and we're going to name that collection OpenJS. So we now have a place to store JSON documents. Every document is the equivalent of a row. So now that we have that collection named OpenJS created, we say, okay, DB, which is a pointer to the current schema. We're going to use the document collection OpenJS. We're going to add a record. And we just throw in some valid JSON. If it's not valid JSON, the server will kick it out. But if we put in valid JSON, it will accept it, and one item affected. So it's added in our document. Now, if we run a find command on that document collection, it will actually give us two key values where we put in just one. By default, MySQL's InnoDB storage engine wants to have a primary key. And this information is used for that. You can specify your own ID if you want. It's a var binary 32, I believe. And anything you want to put in there, names, numbers, as long as they're unique, things will work great. Now, if you're running MySQL cluster, which is our high availability replication offering, this actually has some information. This is a single machine, and we're just throwing our very first record. Now, you remember those little scripts I wrote earlier? I've put them in that directory I mentioned earlier. And what I can do is create a variable called Dave, where I require my little dave.js file. And if I type dave.tab, well, DAVE, and then hit the tab key, will show you that my options are hello or MySQL. Once again, if I type dave.hello, it gives me hello there, as you see over in the script over here. If I type dave.mysql, it prints this. Now, I'm not a good JavaScript developer. I used to be many, many years ago when it first came out, and fallen off the wagon for the past 15 or so years. But this is a little example here of writing simple little functions that we can be used for bigger things later. Now, these little things that you write, they're extensible. You can write whatever you need to go into the MySQL shell. If we don't have some functionality, you can code it in. Now, one thing that people are doing are writing their own reports and extension objects in JavaScript and in Python. By the way, if you write it in JavaScript, you need to use it in Python or vice versa. You can do that. It works rather well. Now, you can persist reports. So the next time you come in, the same data is there. I'll show you how to do that. Now, first thing you have to do when you write a report is register it. You need some way for the shell to be able to go and pluck it out of your library and deliver it to you. Once again, the languages are JavaScript and Python. Now, the reporting facility handles is for built-in reports and user-defined reports using the same front-end scheme. Now, these reports can specify a list of options. If you want to be able to pass flags to it, you can do that. Very simple. It's all defined in the manual. By the way, the manual is very easy to read and very handy. Once again, you can supply whatever arguments you want to your reports, and away you go. And by the way, you can write your own little help routine for that. So if you don't remember what you wrote 6 months before, you put it in help there. It'll show you all your options. Now, the trick to do that is for JavaScript, use register.report. And of course, in Python, it's register_report. And here's the syntax. You're going to have your shell name and register report. Now, you have to specify name, unique name, the type of report you're going to do, which is either going to be a list or a report or print. And the description hopefully is a dictionary that shows the various options that you want to be able to use the command. Now, here's an example written in Python. For you JavaScript only folks, this is, please excuse that. We're going to roll through this. So we're going to define a function called sessions, and we're going to use our sys schema, which is a bunch of system maintained information. And we're going to get a table called session. So if you're doing SQL, this would be selecting stuff from sys.session. And our queries, we want the THD, con ID, user database statement, all these various comments up there. Now, if there's a limit, this is an optional key, like I mentioned earlier. Like you only want 5 records, you can put it in here. If you want all of them, just omit that. So we run our query, we get the column names, and we go out and grab all the information, put it into a variable called report, and push it out there. Now, when we register this with the server, we're going to call this, we're going to hit this function called session. It's going to be a list. And of course, creatively, we're going to call it session. Now down here is our information on the query to help someone, hopefully you, when you rerun it 6 months later and try to figure out what's going on. It tells you what the various options are. And when you run this one, it will show you this various information out here. It will show you that it's running and the thing. Now, if you want to run this and have it run continuously, here's an example where you type in /watch and then our name over here. Our report is called session, and we're going to run it every 2 seconds. There are some built-in reports. You can watch queries, and this is one running every half seconds. And we're going to show global status like com wildcard. Here's another one where you're going to show threads. You're going to put that in the foreground. You're going to look at these columns, and that's going to pop up on your screen. And here's another thing with threads. You're going to look for a specific thread ID and the general information and the client and the logs. Now, some of the built-in functions are rather handy. There's an upgrade checker. If you're running MySQL 5.7, fire a version of MySQL shell and give it the information on your server, and it will go out there and tell you what you need to do before you upgrade. Make sure you don't have any reserved words that need to be either changed or wrapped in single quotes before they will work on the new server. Make sure that you're able to use the new character set collations and all that. I'll give you some general information. Now, another handy utility, by the way, you call our utils with util. So we have util.check for server upgrade, util.import JSON. This is a bulk upgrader or importer for JSON. You specify where the raw file is. You say what schema you're going to put the information into and the collection. As long as it's valid JSON, it will put that in there. Now, there's a parallel import utility that splits up a single file. So if you have a lot of stuff in a CSV and want to import it, I believe this will go up to 6 different threads, maybe 8. I don't remember. I haven't run it in a couple of weeks, so it's flushed from memory. Util.import table, the name of the CSV file, the schema, the table name, what type of CSV file this is, or tab separated or whatever. If you want to skip over the header rows, you can do that. And you can actually have a little progress strip out there. So if you want to see how much is remaining on your import, it's there for you. Now, once again, we have a parallel import table for tables. We also have an export that's really handy for exporting just a table. We also have dump tables and dump schemas. These are really fast backup tools. I'm sure the days of MySQL dump are limited or numbered by these. Here's the next thing. Another utility called dump instance takes everything on your server and puts it out there. Now, if you're on the MySQL data service, you can do it you can do a dry run anytime. But if you're running on the Oracle cloud infrastructure, it will go out there and double check that everything is set up right before you do your block level dump. By the way, once you have your dumps out there, util.load dump, and it reads that information back in. So where do you go if you want to learn more about the shell? Well, I recommend downloading a copy of it and then taking a look at the manual for the MySQL shell. And there's a good example on how to write a plugin in JavaScript out here. And my counterpart who lives in Belgium, Frederic Deschamps, or Le Fred, has a whole series of plugins that he makes available. And they're very, very handy, do a lot of unique functionality. I do recommend you go out there and get there. But he has a wonderful SlideShare presentation on how to write plugins and shows off some of his work. Now, if you want to try the MySQL database service, the folks that pay my salary, you can get $300 in credits to get access to the MySQL database service. If you're running the low-end servers, that will last you quite a long time. By the way, this gives you access to our high availability option where you log in and you set up one server as high availability. And there's actually a 3-node InnoDB cluster behind there for you, all maintained and run by Oracle engineers. Now, another option there is our HeatWave offering, which is the hot new analytics engine. You don't have to do a second ETL to get your data there. You say this is going to be HeatWave data, and you can get analytics at a fraction of the cost that you're going to get from something like Snowflake or other cloud services. So please go out there and give that a try. By the way, follow us on social media. We're at mysql.com. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We're on LinkedIn. Also, we have a community Slack. Now, if you're in a business that's a startup, Oracle would like to give you some cloud credits and some marketing expertise and some other consulting. If you are a startup, please go to oracle.com/startup and enroll for that. Very, very handy program there. And if you're using the JSON data type, I recommend getting a copy of my book. It's now in the 2nd edition. JSON is going to be it is the interchange standard of choice for a lot of folks, but getting to work in a database is confusing to many folks. This book has a lot of coding examples, a lot of practical experience, and best usages in there. Very handy, very good reference book, and it's available on Amazon today. And with that, I'm going to head over to the chat window. So anyone watching this who has any questions, please go ahead and do that. If you're too shy, please go out and look at david.stokes@oracle.com. Send me an email. On Twitter, I'm at Stoker. Let's see, I don't see anything on Twitter coming into me, and I don't see anything in the chat window. So hopefully who's ever watching, I've answered your questions. And I will get a copy of these slides up there on slideshare.net/Dave Stokes. And with that, since there are no questions, I will end it. And I want to thank you for watching this.
Hey everyone, I'm Jesse Weigel, and my talk today is going to be about React Native, and in particular about a project called React Native Web that lets you use React Native on the web, and then also some other tools that let you use React Native pretty much everywhere that you can run code. All right, so you can find me on Twitter at Jesse R. Weigel. A little bit about me. I'm currently the head of engineering at a small startup called Tabella. We're building a social media app. And I also do live coding on YouTube. I have my own YouTube channel, and I also do some coding on Free Code Camp occasionally as well for their YouTube channel. And a lot of what I'm talking about here in my talk, I've done videos on as well. So if you like it and you'd like some more information, please check that out. All right, so first let's talk about React Native. All right, I imagine some of you know what React Native is, and that's why you're interested in viewing this talk. But maybe some of you aren't really that familiar with React Native. So let's just go over it quickly to give us a nice groundwork so we're all on the same page when we talk about it. So React Native is primarily for building native apps. So usually when you think of React Native, you mean like native iOS or Android apps for phones. But you can also build other types of apps, so like desktop apps, web apps, and as we'll see later on, even things like apps for a television. So you can do a lot with it, but it provides you with basically all that you have in regular React for the web in terms of all your lifecycle methods, the way you manage state, okay, the way you build components using JSX syntax. Okay, so you have all that React goodness, and then now you can use it to build other things. Okay. React Native is very popular. Okay. I've been giving this talk for a while, and initially, like, it was like, okay, well, who actually uses React Native? But now it'd be, I guess, a smaller list to say, like, who's not using React Native at this point. It's everywhere. There's a lot of React Native out there, but some of the big companies that use it for sure, Facebook, obviously it was developed by Facebook, Walmart, Bloomberg, and Instagram, which is also a Facebook company now. They all use React Native. All right, so if you're thinking about using it for your project, it can probably handle what you want to do because it's being used by some of the biggest companies, and they're producing some great apps. Now, if you already, it's more likely that you may have some experience with React. There are definitely more React developers out there than React Native, but there are definitely some differences between React and React Native. All right, so the biggest differences are primitives, right? So what I mean by primitives, for like on the web, you have things like divs, spans, p tags, LIs for lists, things like that. You have all these things that are built into the browser that are part of HTML. Okay, and those are the building blocks of the web. Normally, those are the building blocks you would use when you're building with React. But for React Native, it has a different set of primitives, right? Because when you're building for different platforms, those platforms don't understand what a div or a span is, right? They're not built to render HTML like a browser is on the web. So React Native comes with things like views or text, and they look, in terms of syntax, just like a regular HTML element. And at the end of the talk, I'll actually show you this in action. So you'll be able to see it, and it might make more sense then. But just to keep it straight, you could think of a view kind of like a div, okay? And a text tag kind of like a paragraph tag, like a p tag in terms of HTML, right? So that's kind of a big thing just to get used to when you first start learning React Native. Now that portion of the code that's in JSX, right? The divs, the spans, right? Or the views and the text tags, all that stuff would need to be changed in moving from React versus React Native. But everything else is basically the same, right? So all your lifecycle methods, or if you're using hooks, like, your use state hooks, your use effect hooks, all right, all that can stay the same. So moving back and forth between React and React Native, just in terms of the logic, is actually pretty easy. Okay. There's a few other differences as well. I guess one of the big differences that's kind of tricky is in React Native, you always use Flexbox for positioning. All right, so every view, every element in React Native is set to display flex by default. All right, this is a CSS property that's not the default on the web, but everything's set to display flex. And not only that, but the flex direction by default is column in React Native. On the web, the default flex direction is row. All right, and that kind of makes sense because most people, if you see their phones, you have your phone and you hold it vertically, right, in portrait mode, right? So flex column would display items one on top of another, which would be much easier to read on a phone screen. You don't want to have a bunch of horizontal scrolling going on. But on the web, usually our monitors and our screens are oriented in like landscape mode, right? And that means they're wider than they are tall. So it makes more sense to have the layout go, let's say, like from left to right. Now, the big idea with using React Native for the web is like this concept of, well, if we can take these primitives of text and views and translate them into things that phones can understand and render on their screens, why couldn't we convert them to HTML elements as well? If you could do that, then you could use the same code for the web, for Android, for iOS, and for any other device that anyone wants to try to support, as long as they write the code that converts it. So that's really the heart of what we're talking about here, is being able to use the same primitives that React Native provides across different platforms, even on the web. Now, why would we even want to do this, right? We already have normal React that allows us to build awesome web apps. Why would we go to React Native just to convert it back into HTML so that it can run on the web? Well, if you're building an app and you're thinking about just how many repositories is this going to be? How much code is this going to be? Right? If you only have one repository where all the code lives, and it's mostly the same code across multiple platforms, that's a good thing, right? It's way easier to maintain than, okay, we have let's say you would have a small change, and if you have each platform has its own separate code base, you got to make that change 3 times. Okay, I'm assuming we have web, iOS, and Android, right? Or let's say we just use React Native for both iOS and Android, and then we have web on regular React. Well, that's still 2 changes. You still have to make sure that you update things in 2 places. And because most of the logic would remain exactly the same, you may find yourself making the exact same code changes for both of them. All right, that's not very efficient. It'd be nice to just be able to make the code change in one place and have it be reflected in all your platforms. Okay. Now, when you do this, you can do things faster, right? So it takes a little bit more thought, because when you're developing, you have to make sure that it works on all your platforms. So you may find yourself with an Android simulator, an iOS simulator, and a web browser all open, all running your application at the same time, so that when you make a change, you can see if it broke one of those platforms. So that may slow you down a little bit, but overall, if you think about what's changing, that's better than, let's say, you having to go into separate projects, rewrite basically the same code, and test for changes. Or having multiple teams working on different projects, all trying to implement the same thing and potentially coming to different conclusions about what the best way to implement that is, which is even worse situation, because then the code bases will diverge further and further, so that it will become more difficult for one team to work on another code base because different decisions have been made. And then also you have potentially fewer languages to learn, right? So in our case where we're saying, let's support 3 platforms, if you decided to go with React Native for all 3 platforms, you just need people who know React Native, right? They're going to be able, they need to know JavaScript, and they need to know React Native, and then you're good. If you wanted to have native code, like pure native code for each platforms, well, then you need people that are Android developers, you need people that are iOS developers, you need people that are web developers. Okay, so think about how much more difficult it would be to assemble a good team or multiple teams to handle all that code. Okay, so you can do more with less developers by having one code base. Now, if you actually wanted to do this and try this out, there are some options, right? Your main option now, React Native Web. When I gave this talk a few years ago, there were a couple other options that were in the running for doing this, but I'm going to say React Native Web is by far your best option right now. There are some other options out there. The projects haven't been updated for a while, so I can't really recommend them. But if you were interested and wanted to try them out, there's also React XP, which is from Microsoft. And then there is React Native DOM. That's DOM, like the document object model from the browser. So those two projects, I used to go into more depth into them, but like I said, I checked their GitHub repos earlier today just to make sure that they weren't still being maintained, and I couldn't find any commits later than like late 2019. So it doesn't look like they're still being maintained. Microsoft does have another project called, what was it? I think it's like React Native Windows or something, React Native for Windows, which helps you to build with React Native and run it on Windows machines, and you can even run it on Mac now. So that's another project that could be helpful running on other platforms, even beyond the web. But React Native Web is the best. It's actually built into Expo now. So if you use Expo for React Native, which I recommend, if you're just getting started in React Native, use Expo. That's EXPO. It is by far the easiest way to build something with React Native. It just provides you with a lot of help getting started and getting your app running, debugging, all these things that can be kind of challenging with bare React Native. Expo just seems to make them all a little bit less of a hassle. So definitely recommend that. And then you automatically get React Native Web by default. And then you can start up your server and run your app on Android, iOS, or web without any additional setup. So highly recommend doing it that way. Okay, you can also take an existing, you could go the other way. You could go from the React side and use Create React App and then add React Native Web to it, okay, which is not as, let's say, not as easy to set up as Expo since it's built in, but you could potentially do that. And then you could start using React Native primitives in your React app. Okay, so there's a couple ways you could go about this, but like I said, I think Expo is probably the best way. There's also a code sandbox on the React Native Web website that I'm going to show you when I get through the slides that will allow you to just play around with it without actually committing to installing anything on your machine. Okay. But React Native Web has a large, let's say, a subset of React primitives, right? So it's not going to allow you to use every single thing that React Native has in terms of their primitives, their like elements, components, but it's going to let you use most of them. Okay? So you will run into some occasions where it'll say in the documentation, like in React Native documentation, that there's some component you can use, and then you go to React Native Web documentation and it'll say this isn't supported. Right, it's because there's some big differences between native and the browser. So occasionally you'll run into that. You can usually find a package that'll do what you want, or you could build it yourself. Okay, but for the most part, I've run into very few issues with this. You also maybe will run into some issues where some React Native packages don't work with React Native Web. In that case, you can usually find some package that does work with React Native Web, or you could conditionally use one package for your mobile app and then load a different package for the web. But React Native Web by far has the largest community, the most support. So definitely recommend going that way. Also, I just want to mention too, it's kind of odd, this format, me not being able to see the audience or anything. I can't really tell if there's questions or anything like that. So if anybody has questions about any of this, feel free to like DM me on Twitter or something. Let me know what questions that you do have. I guess this is on YouTube, so maybe I'll have to check out the YouTube channel to see if there are questions coming in as well. I'll bring that up on my other screen now just to see, but track 4, yeah. I'm gonna pause myself so that I don't hear myself, but now at least I can see the chat. So if anybody has any questions, let me know in the live chat on the YouTube channel. Okay. So you can also build desktop apps. So I mentioned earlier that you can do more than just web and mobile, but you can do desktop apps. So you can actually build with React Native web, and the result would be a web app, but then you can use Electron to turn that web app into a desktop app. So you're probably already using some apps that are built with Electron. You may not even realize it. I believe Slack is built with Electron. Visual Studio Code is built with Electron. So a lot of there's a lot built with Electron, a lot of apps that run really well. It's definitely a good tool to use. And I mentioned React Native for Windows. This allows you to build for Windows or Mac, okay? But also like tablets, 2-in-1s, Xbox, mixed reality devices. So you can build a lot. I've seen people use React Native to make apps for television, so like smart TVs, right? So there's a lot you could do with that. I mean, imagine just learning one framework, which is React Native, and being able to build for so many different platforms. It definitely allows you to kind of get into a niche. I imagine there's not a ton of developers out there with experience building apps for smart televisions, right? But if you know React Native, you could put out some apps for smart televisions, and I'm sure there's some big streaming companies that would love to have people with those kind of skills. So it really allows you to get into areas that you may have at one time needed to learn an entirely different language to get into. I don't even know what the native language of a smart TV is, to be honest. But I know that I could use React Native to build something if I wanted to. All right, so a little bit more about who's using React Native to build web and desktop apps. Oh, my images aren't working. Oh, sorry about that. I just had an image of Twitter mobile. So Twitter mobile. So I don't mean the Twitter app. I mean, if you go to the mobile version of twitter.com on a mobile web browser, you can use Twitter mobile. I've actually heard people prefer that experience. So instead of using the app from the App Store or the Google Play Store, they will save like a shortcut to their phone to go directly to Twitter mobile because they think that's a better experience. I can't remember their reasoning behind that, but I know I've heard that more than once. So the Twitter team did a great job with that, even in some people's minds, surpassing the mobile experience. Okay. Major League Soccer was an early adopter of React Native Web. I don't know what happened to my my images. I'm sorry, everybody. But there was some of the earliest work and blog posts on React Native Web were actually done by developers at Major League Soccer. So when I was first learning about this a few years back, when it was very new, that was one of my main resources, was reading the blog posts from the developers at Major League Soccer. Okay. Data Camp, these were all supposed to have images. I'm sorry about that. And just some other places that use it. So Uber uses React Native Web. I already talked about Major League Soccer, Data Camp, Flipkart. Skype actually uses React XP, or at least it used to use React XP, and Monterail uses React XP. Like I said, as far as I know, React XP is not being used or being actively updated anymore. But at least at one time they were building with this. There were companies building with it actively. One question that I've gotten pretty frequently, so I'll just address it in the talk, is accessibility. So there is support for accessibility. There's basically these accessibility, like platform agnostic accessibility props that you can put on components that are supposed to basically be converted into whatever the appropriate accessibility attributes are for each platform. All right. So depending on what your device is, what your platform is, those will turn out to be different props. But if you want to know more about that, there's a whole section on accessibility in the React Native Web documentation. And you can go through all the different props that are available to add accessibility to your components. I'm not an expert in accessibility, so I'm not going to comment on how good the accessibility features are, but I do know that that's a big deal. We should care about accessibility. So React Native Web does have that built in, that you can have a way to make your components accessible no matter what platform you're on. All right, if you'd like to see more, I'm going to do a little bit with some code here, but if you'd like to see more, like a full project, I do have a series on YouTube where I'm using React Native Web to create an app. The repo is github.com/JesseRWeigel/battlemath. It's just a little game that I was making based on a game that my son and I used to play. I was trying to teach him math, and we used to play a game on a whiteboard. So I decided to change that game into a real game, like a real video game. And so I went that project. I think we got the basic logic working, but we didn't really refine the project. But you can get an idea of how you would use React Native Web to build a project in React Native running on the browser. So I did that. It's not using the very latest version of React Native, but not a lot has changed since we did that project. So it still should be pretty relevant. And then I also stream occasionally on my YouTube channel. If you check out my Twitter, I think I have a link to it in my Twitter bio. So occasionally I'll stream, and often I'm streaming React Native or React Native Web. All right. And again, you can check me out on Free Code Camp YouTube channel, on my YouTube channel, and on Twitter. Okay. That's the end of the slides. Again, I want to invite anybody, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat on YouTube. At this point, I'm going to go to the React Native Code Sandbox, just to give you an idea of what this would actually look like. So I'm going to make that font a little bit bigger. And we're going to see we have on the right-hand side our browser. And this is actually rendering the code on the left-hand side right now. And you can check this out as well. If you just go to the React Native Web documentation, you just type React Native Web into Google, one of the first links will be a link to the documentation. And then I believe the first page it takes you to will have this code sandbox here. But let's check out what's going on here. We have our app, our normal app, and then we're returning this JSX. You see we have a view here. Okay, we're passing in some styles, and these styles look very much like the normal styles, except you can see it's a JavaScript object. All right, so instead of hyphens, we have camel case. Instead of semicolons, we have commas at the end. Okay. Our units actually don't have any, like, there's no PX at the end for pixels or anything like that. They're just kind of like unitless values. Okay, so a few differences, but basically we're just passing a style prop. Okay, so we have our views, which are these containers, an image, which we can see here, and text. And we can see it's all rendering on the web. Now, this looks the same as you would for any React Native app. So we could run this on Android or iOS, and it would actually render and look pretty much exactly the same. But if we look at the code, so we're going to inspect this code for a minute, we can see, I'm going to make it bigger. If we look at this code, we can see, I know that this is nested in a bunch of views, but over here, these are all divs, right? So we have divs, we have lots of stuff here. We have an image tag, just a regular IMG tag. Okay, it has our alt, our alt text. So you can see we put accessibility label here, and it got converted to alt text. Okay, because images should have alt text. And then we should have inside this div, we'll have some text. We have an A tag, right? So we have this link here that gets converted to an A tag. Let's see what else. More A tags. but just wanted to give you an idea of how the React Native primitives get converted into web primitives, right? So this looks like, with the exception of some rather long CSS classes and styles here, this looks like normal HTML, okay? But we didn't actually write any normal HTML. Okay, so that's what React Native Web does. Behind the scenes, it handles all that conversion into normal HTML. And like I said, this same code would look and behave the same on Android or iOS, or potentially on a desktop app, or something for some other platform, right? So very cool concept. I think it's useful for a lot of projects, but especially for smaller teams. Startups that can't afford to have multiple teams working on the same app for different platforms, this can definitely help. At my own company, we've used React Native Web to run on Android, iOS, and web at the same time. And, you know, it makes sense sometimes, perhaps, if you have the resources and a large enough team, that you might want to have different experiences for different platforms. And in that case, maybe you might want to go with just regular React for the web, or whatever platform you decide, whatever framework you decide to use. And then maybe go with React Native for iOS and Android. Okay? But, you know, most companies are not going to have that type of resources to dedicate to it, and it's not going to provide as much return. Okay? So this is probably a use case where, like, I've used this at small companies. I've used React Native Web at large companies. There's definitely a use case for it, and the support is great now. When it first came out, you know, there wasn't, it was harder to make the case for React Native Web, but now you see it in more places. So I definitely recommend at least trying it out, especially if you're already working with React Native. You know, go ahead and try to run it in the browser, see what happens. You may have some packages that just won't work in the browser, so you may have to find alternative packages. But if you're starting a new project and you don't have that many packages involved yet, most likely what will happen is you'll be able to run it in the browser, and it'll look fine and it'll run. And then basically you have a website for no additional work. So anyway, I'm pretty excited and passionate about React Native Web, but I'd love to hear what you all think about it. Let's see. I don't think we have any questions right now. And let me double check, because I'm not sure how long this talk's supposed to go. So we can play around with the code some more. Let's see. Sorry about that. I'm trying to bring up my my schedule. Okay, it looks like the next thing, the closing, is at 5:30, so we may have a whole hour. I got through all that information super fast. So what I'd like to do is actually bring up and just show you how easy it is to get started with this. And let's see, and start really coding something. I'm not going to try to actually run a native app, because that may make the stream lag a little bit. So I'm not going to crash the stream by trying to run any simulators. I made sure I turned them all off, but we can run it on web. Oh, okay. We do have a question. I do want to answer this question before we go on. So Venkata says, what is an expo? All right, let me show you a little bit more about expo. All right, I'm just going to pull this on the screen really quick, just to give you, just so you all can see it. Okay, so Expo lets you build React Native apps quickly. Okay, so It has a ton of features that allow you to build your React apps. By build, I mean like do the build step, right? Of like packaging your app. Expo allows you to run the apps locally very easily, to share the apps with others for testing. And when you go to deploy the app, it makes deployment easier. And it comes with a ton of extra packages that really can help you out. Let me see if I can give you some of the, wondering if they have a list of kind of the extra stuff. This is not exactly what I was looking for, but feature preview. Basically things like notifications or let's say packages to be able to work with things directly on the phone. Like your phone has a ton of different sensors on it that we can get data from. All right, so sometimes you would need an extra package. Like sometimes React Native doesn't come with something to help you with that. All right, but Expo then would provide you with the tools, like an easily installable package to be able to do things on your phone. Like, I don't know, just hypothetically, like location data and things like that. And Expo is basically free to use. There are some features that you'd have to pay for, but for most users, like I've never come across anything that I've had to pay for, like just on my own side projects and things with Expo. So it's free to use, free to get started. I wanted to show you the get started guide just to show you how easy this is. Like 2 commands: install Expo. So you need to have npm already. So you need to have node and npm installed. But you install Expo globally, and then you run Expo init and then your project name. And literally after that runs, you will have a React Native project that can run on Android, iOS, and web right off the bat, right? It'll look like just like a demo page, but you can take that demo page and easily start messing around with it, build what you need to build. But that step, it's so much easier than trying to go from the bare React Native. Like even if you go to the React Native documentation, it used to recommend Expo. I don't know, I haven't checked it in a while, but at one point they actually recommended starting out with Expo. So even the default, like the React Native docs themselves, will recommend getting started with Expo. I would actually show you how to install it right now, but I currently am running a version of Node that's not supported. So I didn't have time to change my Node version before we started. Otherwise, I would show you that just how simple it is to get started with this. Let's see, but there is a section under, I believe there's a whole section on React Native Web. Yeah, there is. So if you're interested, if you're listening to the talk, you want to know more about React Native Web, you can learn more about how to use it with Expo here. One of the cool things that I've done with it, so I'm currently working on a project where we use React Native Web with Next.js. Okay, so you can use it with Next.js, and then you can get server-side rendering for your app, which is great for search engine optimization. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's it for Expo. I feel like I've talked a lot about Expo. This talk wasn't really supposed to be about it, but it is a great tool. So shout out to the people at Expo. If anybody hears this, maybe you could hook me up with some swag for for talking so much about Expo. But I would build every React Native project in Expo if I could. Occasionally there are times when Expo doesn't support something that I really need, and I have to use regular, just bare React Native, but I much prefer developing with Expo. All right, so Venkata, let me know if that was a decent explanation Okay, we got another question. What is the difference and which is better, React Native, Flutter, or Dart and Swift? All right, so the difference being, so with React Native, you kind of have a layer of abstraction on top of your app. So like, you're not necessarily working with the base level code that would run on the device. So you're working in JavaScript, and then that JavaScript gets transformed into whatever code necessary to run, whether it's Android or iOS. So you do have, let's say, a little bit less control, right? Because React Native is very good and allows you to do a ton of stuff. But you can imagine it's difficult to have like a one-for-one parity with the underlying software. So there may be some things that you really want to do that you can't do with React Native Web. In that case, you could just stop using React Native Web altogether, or you could build like a plugin for React Native that has some of like that base code. So what is it? Java or Kotlin in Android, and then Swift in iOS. So it's possible to have kind of a hybrid of React Native and then some native level code in your app. That's basically the difference, is just the language that you're using. Now, what's better? That kind of depends on your use case. So for me, I think you can build great apps with Kotlin, with Flutter, with Swift. You can build great apps with React Native. If I were choosing, like if I were in charge of a team and I had to choose what we were going to use, I would probably take account of who's on my team right now and what are they good with. If my team's all JavaScript developers that know React and React Native, I'm probably going to pick React Native. If my team already has experience with Swift, or let's say Kotlin, or Flutter, then I may think about doing that. Also, I would need to take into account, like, what are my requirements for the project? Do I need it to run on both Android and iOS? Do I need it to run on web? That's a big deal too. So in terms of what is the best, it probably depends on what developers you have available to you and what your experience is with that. Because you're not just going to be able to take a JavaScript developer and say, hey, build this stuff in Flutter. And it's going to take some time for them to learn. Now, they probably could learn, but you want to take account of the strengths and weaknesses of your team. Depending, and also, like, how much time do you have? Do you have years to build this? Well, yeah, you could have your engineers learn whatever you want them to learn. Does it need to be done right away? Well, maybe you just want to pick whatever your engineers already know in that case. Let's say, you know, I'm only going to target iOS. This app is going to be an iOS, and we're not switching platforms until we've raised a ton of money. And let's say like Clubhouse, right? The app Clubhouse took a long time before they came out with an Android app. They had already raised a bunch of funding before they came out with the Android app. So I don't know what they used to build Clubhouse, but I imagine if they knew that was their plan, they say, we're going to go out and find the best iOS Swift developers that we can get, because we know we're focusing just on iOS. And by the time we're ready for Android, we will have got enough people using the app and raised enough money that we can go out and hire the best Android developers, right? That's one way to do it. But like my company, Tabella, we knew right off the bat, we wanted to be on Android, iOS, and web right away, all three. And we had a very small team, and we knew the team was going to be small for a while until we could raise our next round of funding. So given those constraints, there were only a few options available to us. Now, because I'm head of engineering, but I also do a lot of actual coding myself, since the team is so small. So I knew my capabilities, and I knew there's no way I can get this app developed in enough time if I have to learn a whole new framework. And in this case, it would have been two new coding languages, because if I'm going to do it for iOS and Android. So I said, we have to go with React Native, and we can use React Native Web. So that's kind of my thought process whenever I have this question about what's best, right? So the answer is almost always, it depends. It depends on your team. It depends on your goals. It depends on your timeline, on the funding that you have. So I would say this, React Native, if you're asking what's best from the perspective of like, what do I learn? What should I learn? React Native is going to open you up to a ton of jobs. I don't know the numbers specifically, but all I know is that I see a ton of React Native jobs. I get a lot of messages from recruiters looking for React Native developers. So it definitely opens you up to a lot, right? If you can use React Native to build for so many platforms, then you have a lot of opportunities. So I think React Native would potentially open you up to more opportunities than just focusing on just Android or just iOS would. All right, that's my opinion, and I imagine some people could come up with some good arguments against that. But it just seems to me, and maybe this is because I'm in React land right now, and that's what I develop with, but it seems to me like there are just so many opportunities. Like there's a shortage of React Native developers out there. So I definitely recommend anybody, especially if you already know some web stuff, right? If you already know React on the web, it's not that hard to switch over to React Native. So basically you're going to expand your capabilities of what you can build with, what you can build for, without that much effort. So definitely recommend making the jump and trying out React Native Web if you've already done React. If you're coming from somewhere else, like if you've already been building with Swift or with Flutter or something like that, then maybe you might not want to go the React Native route because you can already build, build mobile apps. You might want to go deeper into what you already know. But if you're blank slate, just figuring out what you want to learn, you can't really go wrong with React Native or with JavaScript in general. It's used in so many places. There's so many jobs out there. Highly recommend learning some JavaScript. All right, cool. Venkata says, yes, that makes sense. That was the best explanation. Cheers. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the explanation. Okay. If anybody else has any questions, let me know. I'm going to, I believe we have like an hour for these talks. At least that's what it looked like from the schedule. I'll get back to it. Oh, actually, I think they were only 40 minutes. So I think I'm up on my time. Yeah, I think there's supposed to be 20 minutes between sessions. So I think I'm actually gonna wrap this up now. Because now I've gone over my I was worried about not having enough time, and now I've gone over my time. But we had some good questions, so I appreciate that. Anyway, thank you all so much for listening, for joining in for the talk. And if you see this video later on, I think it's going to be available on this channel. And you have questions, you can try to put them in the comments, or if you want to reach me more directly, go ahead and DM me on Twitter. I'm always available for any quick questions that you may have. Yeah, give it a try. Just try to build something cool with it and just see if you like it. But anyway, thank you all so much. Bye-bye.